हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक चेक हाँ। हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक चेक हाँ। हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक चेक हाँ। हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक चेक
Check. Hello. Hello. Check.
वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ एव वक्रतुण्ड
Good morning, everyone. I welcome Day 2 conference on urban challenges focused on India and Patna. Let's begin this day with the roundtable discussion on the topic moving from a linear to a circular economy. What we need in terms of outreach, institutions, and policies. This discussion will be moderated by Professor Siddharth Mitra, Professor of Economics at Jadavpur University. So I welcome Professor Mitra on the stage. Let's also let's also welcome our panelist on the stage, Professor Partha Sen, former director, Delhi School of Economics, Professor Sudakshina Gupta, Professor of Economics at University of Calcutta, Professor Vivekanand Mukherjee, Professor of Economics at BITS Pilani, and Ms. Paramita Datta De, Head of the National Institute of Urban Affairs.
Please.
Now I request Professor Mitra to carry this session forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Okay. We're going to start, and the title is of this roundtable is moving from a linear to a circular economy, what we need in terms of outreach institutions and policies. And we've got a very distinguished panel out here. To my left, you start from the last panelist on the extreme left. That is Professor Partha Sen. He has had a very distinguished academic career, and he was also my teacher at the Delhi School of Economics. He became director there, and he, apart from working on macroeconomics and international trade, he also works in environmental economics. Uh, he's held a number of prestigious appointments. Not going to go into details. They're given in the booklet that you have. Then we have Professor Sudakshina Gupta, who is a professor of economics at the University of Calcutta. Uh, uh, oh, I'm sorry. I've messed up the order. So we should actually talk about Paramita Datta, sitting to the right of Professor Partha Sen. And she's an urban planner with around 25 years of experience. She's the only person on the panel who is outside the ivory tower. So she brings to bear her experience here. She's been involved with various departments of the government of India, and also, various international organizations. Now, to her right, we have Professor Sudakshina Gupta, who is Professor of Economics at Calcutta University, and she is the director of the Center for Urban Economic Studies. So she has been heading projects in urban economics for a long time and has a host of publications. Then seated right next to me is Professor Vivekananda Mukherjee, who has been my colleague at Jadavpur University. Now he's Professor of Economics at BITS Pilani. And Vivekananda works on microeconomics and public economics. So this is he's in a position to impart a lot of wisdom. So these are the panelists, and I'm looking forward to this panel. But to start to kick things off, I'm going to look at uh, the basic concepts of linear economy and circular economy so that one knows what it means to move from a linear economy to a circular economy. Okay, so first slide. Siddharth Mitra. Yeah. Okay. Next slide. So what is a linear economy? It's very simple. It's based on take, make, and disposal. That is, you take the resource, the natural resource, you through processing, you convert it into a product. And then when there is no life in the product, it has sort of outlived its use, you basically throw it. Obviously, a lot of waste is generated, and given that we are blessed with only limited natural resources, uh, therefore what happens is that successive generations have to suffer a decrease in the standard of living. Okay, if you look at circular economy, this involves incentives to reuse products, okay? And the circular economy is associated with the 7 Rs. How do we reuse products? There are 7 ways we do it, and that's what I'm going to talk about. Okay, now, one is to rethink our relationship with the resource base. Okay. So we have Gandhian economics is that we should consume according to our needs and not according to our greed. That's one way of rethinking our relationship with the resource base. We also want to minimize the amount of waste generated. So we need to think in that direction. An example of rethinking is replacing plastic bags with jute bags. Jute bags last for a much longer time. Jute bags are biodegradable, whereas uh, plastic bags decompose into toxic matter. Okay, now we've finished with the first R. Next, I'm talking about redesign. That is, products can be redesigned to be less resource intensive. So an example is green buildings. Okay, the idea is to minimize use of energy, water, and other resources. For example, green buildings have waterless urinals, and each each pan can save up to 150,000 liters of fresh water per annum. Lightweighting is something which has been used. Okay, that is, you replace the resources used to make a product with lighter resources. So, maybe we can have lighter tennis rackets, for example. There are other goods which can be made lighter. Now, redesigning also involves uh, switching to renewable energy. Okay, this is basically energy based on wind or the sun, replacing energy based on coal or oil. Now, redesign can also be looked at as assembling modules. Okay. A product can be divided into modules, and each module can be created independently, and then the product is assembled from the modules. Now, the advantage of this is that when there's something wrong with the product, you can identify the module that has gone wrong. So that module can then be set right. Instead of having a product which is monolithic. Uh, uh, so a product assembled from various modules has a longer life than a monolithic product. Repurpose. Okay. That is find new use of a product instead of discarding it as waste. If you've got old wooden crates, you just don't throw them away. You sort of redesign it into, change the purpose of those wooden crates and redesign it into shelves. Repair, all of you are familiar with repair, but what repair does is to increase the life of a product. It also generates employment. Now, remanufacture, this is interesting. When something goes wrong with the product and it is made up into various, parts, we can disassemble the product and identify the parts which are working okay, the parts which would need repair and therefore can be used again, and the parts that need to be discarded. Okay. So basically, uh, you know, the resource cost of making that product work again is very little. Okay. So it can happen with computers, for example. If computers goes wrong, you can disassemble it into various parts and basically change only those parts which cannot be repaired. Okay. And this would lead to a very low resource cost. Recycle, all of you are familiar with the word recycle, but basically it means that, when a product has, there is no longer any life in the product, you take the natural resource embodied in the product and use it to make something else. For example, bike tires made from recycled rubber, countertops made from recycled glass, etc., etc. Now, suppose that you don't recycle, you basically, you have to throw a product off as waste. Okay, you can still use the energy embodied in the product, and that's called recover, because if the waste is burnt, then it can be used to generate electricity. Organic waste can be exposed to oxygen and converted into nutrient rich soil additives, fertilizer, or you can let microorganisms feed on the waste, and that also converts it into fertilizer. So in summary, why should we switch to a circular economy? I talked about the 7 Rs, and the 7 Rs basically, involve using the same resource again and again. So, and increasing the life of a product. So you have lower utilization of virgin raw materials. Uh, if that is so, then less of resources is used up. So uh, it means lesser impact on standard of living of future generations. Then things like repair, remanufacture, recover involves providing employment. Okay. And also, these things imply that the flow of products at any point in the economy is higher, at any point of time in the economy is higher, so prices are lower. That's good for people with low incomes. So this is, I have basically tried to explain what a circular economy is and how the movement from a linear to a circular economy is associated with good results for the economy. And as I said, we have a very distinguished panel today. And what I would do is, you know, I would ask Professor Sen to talk about the views of various economic thinkers in regard to the circular economy. Uh, he can also talk about international aspects of the movement. So I would ask him to kick off the panel, and then next I would ask Professor Gupta to uh, elaborate on the role of consumers in a circular economy. Next, uh, we'll have Mrs. Paromita Dottate talking about the global scenario regarding the movement from linear to circular economy and the lessons learned from leaders. And in the end, we'll have Professor Vivekananda Mukherjee talking about microplastic pollution. So, Professor, and his slides, please.
Okay. It's a pleasure to be here. First time in Adri, and I thank Siddhartha for inviting me. You know, it's in India, it's not what you know, but who you know. So Siddhartha has invited me here, so it's completely unrelated to my attainments for what they are worth. And I also thank him beyond the invitation also for going through the notion of a circular economy. Initially, I had put together a few more slides to explain what a circular economy entails. And what he's done is he's made my job easier. Probably he has walked away with my job, but we'll see. Now, what Professor Mitra has shown is that circular economy is something that is desirable. Okay. Now, I'm first going to stand back a little and see how it fits in with economic thinking. And since I've done macroeconomics for the most part of my life, in a general equilibrium, at the economy-wide level, how does the move from the so-called linear economy to the so-called circular economy, how does it fit into our thinking? And then I will talk about some problems that I encounter. Now, I'm sure there are people here who can do better than what I can do, but so therefore, I would love to hear your comments on that. And finally, I would like to flag some issues which I think are completely missing in traditional economics. Siddhartha talked about Gandhian economics, and Gandhi sits uneasily with some of the thinking that traditional economics of free trade is good, and you reap the economies of scale and things like that, and trade, all those things. And then I'll talk about some other thinkers. I won't, not a whole list of thinkers. Okay, so slides. Okay. Oh my God, even I can't see it. Fine. So first to look at the circular economy in relation to other modes of thinking about long-term, keeping nature at the in front of us. So the sustainability literature started off. It was around for a long time, but the Rio Convention kind of formalized it, and it said that at the aggregate level, whatever that aggregate level is, whether it's the world or a country, present generations should consume so that the future generations are no worse off. So, you should leave something for them. Now, it gives rise to something, immediately sounds like a very good idea, but you try to operationalize it and you might have some problems. So, two notions come up: strong versus weak sustainability. So weak sustainability is, the World Bank likes this weak sustainability argument. And, if I put it the way the World Bank is quite happy to, that if you have coal, you can dig up the coal, sell it in the world market, and run down your foreign debt. That's weak. It's consistent with weak sustainability. Okay. But it's not something that is very desirable from the world perspective. Strong sustainability is the other extreme. You say that you ring fence a certain part of the economy. You say that the existence of tigers is not open to question. So tigers have to be saved. Elephants have to be saved. Now, the moment you increase the list, you immediately say that, suppose I can't save all these animals, is there a trade-off? Okay. And I'll come back to this. So circular economy is emphasizing the fact that in a dynamic setup, you have to recycle. That is, you must ring fence the natural capital. And what the natural capital is, that don't take from the natural capital stock. So, if there is iron ore in the ground, don't take more ore, just reuse existing steel and refashion products out of that. Now, and use renewable energy, because if you use fossil fuels, then you are again dipping into the stock of natural capital. Now, sounds very good. I just emphasize the fact that not everything which sounds very good is actually with a good motive, because this argument has been used for protectionism. So the Germans had said that car manufacturers, if they want to export to Europe, this is never implemented properly. If car manufacturers want to export to Europe, then at the end of the economic life of the car, they must be prepared to take it back. Okay. Now, that immediately makes the cost of producing cars for the European market so much more expensive than for the European producers. Okay. So, so basically, it gives an advantage to status quo, that those people who are producing for a large domestic market locally would always gain from this kind of a thing. Similarly, in more recent times, actually an ongoing discussion, the European CBAM is talking about using recycled steel. Aluminium can be recycled very easily, but steel, so India doesn't have a stock of steel. So what would we recycle? We have to use ores. So this is again loaded against new entrants. Okay. So that's, so what sounds good is not necessarily for the good. So recycle in a closed economy or an open economy. In an open economy, there is the issue of trade and waste. Okay. So shipbreaking, for instance, Gujarat, Chittagong in Bangladesh are big, around here, big shipbreaking factories. Now, why is this given to the third world countries? Why is it not done in Glasgow? Well, part of it is that old ships have a lot of hazardous waste. And therefore, third world people are quite okay with with hazardous waste, because the enforcement mechanism here is very lax. So Siddhartha gave the example of refashioning computers. There's also electronic waste coming out of that. Okay, so are we handling those things properly? So again, possibly good, but not necessarily uh, with uh, with the good of all people in mind. Okay, next slide, please. So just giving you an overview of how I would organize. So macro models, yes, there are. It is easy to introduce recycling, and in an optimal growth model, for instance, which is what macroeconomists do nowadays, and recycling starts after a certain level of income. Okay, a poorer closed economy would always take from the natural capital when it's poor. But after the natural capital gets depleted and there is a large stock of uh, capital which would be thrown out, it could be used to recycle. It's probably not uh, it flies in the face of what we see around us, rag picking, mounds of solid waste. Knowledgeable people talked about it yesterday, and I'm sure they'll talk about it today. And so I'm sure rag picking could also be introduced, with some income effects in their multi-sector model. But as the models of growth that I know of, there is recycling only starts after a certain level of income is reached, and that's not what we see. That flies in the face of casual empiricism. So so let's now then stand back a little bit and say that, can economic models do better? And mainstream economics is hamstrung by the fact that tastes, and this is what was discussed yesterday about people like SUVs, big cars, and so tastes are sort of primitive. Tastes are the starting point of things. So given tastes and technology, can we do better? Okay, so we look at circular model. Now, it's very difficult to get rid of it because, growth theory has gone to town saying that it's a very good thing that, endogenous growth gives you more brands of goods. So therefore, that's why endogenous growth is good, and that's why these models are very good. And even if there is no market economy, and, again, I'm addressing the economists in the audience, that so if there is a planner who would like to maximize the welfare of the economy, and but what does the planner take as given? The planner takes tastes and technology. Okay. Now, at the other extreme of, from the mainstream economics are ecological models. So it's like strong sustainability. You say that these are the things that I would not like to see depletion of. So the stock of tigers, the stock of elephants, natural aquifers and things like that. And but they don't have any prices, and that's a big problem. Okay, so. I was asked by an empowered committee of the Supreme Court, and because they had a colonial ecological model, which was that forests are all under the state. And over time, they saw that they could not actually look after all the forests. So they were willing to give out long lease on forests. So basically, they wanted to move out of ecological models into something like an economic model, however imperfect it may be. Okay, so I'm now sort of winding up, and I'm going to the more speculative part of this. I could argue the first two slides. So I emphasize that in mainstream economics, tastes are primitive. You cannot say that why do you like SUVs? And the fact that SUVs and the preference for SUVs may have come from the manufacturers of SUVs, from advertisement and things, are not things that we grapple with on an everyday basis. We know that, I mean, I don't think economists are fools, but having acknowledged that they are not fools, they just put it on a back burner. So in economics model, are we consuming too much is not really on, at the forefront of your thinking, because consuming too much, how, consuming too much, by whom? So then we have to look outside this literature. And Siddhartha flagged Gandhi, and Gandhi doesn't come costlessly. Gandhi is the other extreme. Gandhi would talk about autarky. Each village is a republic. But if there's a famine in that village, what will happen? Well, you might need to get food from elsewhere. Do you repay that food? Is that a grant? So it's very romantic. It's very ecological, but there are potentially some problems if you just move outside the box. Schumacher talked about small is beautiful, and I certainly like that. And I would like to go back to Marx in the Marx before Marxism, as they called it, the Economic and Philosophical Manuscript of 1843, where Marx talked about needs versus wants. So human beings have some needs, but human beings also have some wants, and the wants are created, and the needs are actually sort of biological or something like that. Again, flies in the face of uh, mainstream economics, flies in the face of, broadly speaking, democracy. This was again discussed yesterday, so I'm provocating, using this term a little provocatively. So what are needs? What are wants? Can wants somehow be manipulated by some state agency to be more in line with the needs of human beings? So those are up in. I'm, we should deal with.
Really came out from this, contribution of yours is that though we might romanticize about the movement from a linear to a circular economy, there are a lot of pitfalls associated with that movement, and we should be aware of those when we go about doing it. Otherwise, sort of implementing or converting theory into practice can become a very hazardous task. I think I should move on, and I call upon Professor Shudokina Gupta, and she's going to speak on what consumers can do to move to a circular economy.
Patna presentation. Sorry. Okay, good morning, everybody present here. First of all, I thank ADRI, Dr. Sinha, and obviously Siddhartha, who made this possible for me today to come and speak here. Now, as Professor Siddhartha Mitra has already said, that I'll be speaking on what the consumers have to say. have to do. Where's that key? The one, the change from. Acha, acha. Now, we know what is a linear economy and we know what is a circular economy by now. So I'm not going into that anymore. So as Professor Mitra was saying, it's very difficult to go from linear economy to circular economy, though we have models and we know what the business people have to do and all. About this, we have the literature. But how do we make it successful in practice? That depends on what the consumers can do. Like Professor Sen was just now saying about wants and needs. Now, as we understand these days, like if we think of the present situation, present day consumerism, the thing that come to our mind foremost is that from the globalization days, this has become very obvious that we are left with many choices, too much of choice that we have, the consumers have. So what to choose and what not to. So we have cheap credits. We can buy as many as we like, as many as we want, and if much more than what we need. So we buy them and we just maybe consume a little and we waste the rest. Just now what I have done, I was sitting there and I opened a water bottle. I had drank a sip from there. Then I came here and I opened another bottle, which I know I shouldn't have because I could have carried that bottle here and I could have drank from that only. So this is what we quite often do. We just go on wasting things like that. So 2 bottles will be half drunk and they will be, at least one will be wasted. So this way, I think we should be careful. Like we should prevent throwing litters on the streets, and we can at least we can be more careful about throwing waste packets and all. But more important than that is that we should uh, have the practice of going to the markets with jute bags or other kinds of bags. As he was saying, Professor Mitra was saying, every time, at least I can talk of myself, when I go to the market, either in the morning while going to the university or while coming back. So what I do is I obviously forget to get my shopping bag. I get a plastic bag from there, from the shops, and carry them home. So this way I am myself encouraging the usage of more plastic bags. Instead, I could have prevented that by keeping my shopping bags in the car or something like that. So this is happening to many people. I'm giving my example only. So this way we ourselves can go on to bring about more of this circular economy where there is less wastage. There can be recycling. This recycling thing is a part which should be, that may not be a consumer's direct action, but that can be made more in practice by the business sector. Like every year we take our students to a landfill site that is in Kolkata, the Dhapa, where we have these big landfills of waste generated throughout the city and also from neighboring areas. And then we were told by them that it's very little bit of little bit of waste that can be recycled. It's 1%, 2% or something like that. So we can start from home where we can segregate the two, biodegradable and degradable, which normally non-biodegradable and biodegradable, which we normally don't do. Even the man who collects the garbage, collects the waste, also is not that much careful about collecting it that way. So if that is started from home and then that can be, segregated and later reused, recycled, like we have seen in Dhapa, they have outsourced this recycling to a private company who are making chairs, tables, and other furniture, even cupboards and almirahs. And we have had a picture sitting on a chair, quite a big solid chair made of plastic waste. So this can be easily done. But many of our consumers are not aware. And not only that, sometimes we are not interested also in buying these things, buying the recycled products. So that can be, that I think we should make our habits that way. We can make our habits that way, that instead of wasting like that, we can only use the things that we need. And let's use the repaired ones also. Especially it's true for e-waste. Like lots of laptops, lots of mobile phones are wasted every year. So what do we do with them? Many a time we just throw them away. So instead we can send them back to the consumers through different websites that are working these days. And those can be, and some people are interested in buying second-hand things also, which can be again gateway. So this is why the advertisements should be made in such a way that the consumers are encouraged to buy those things also, the ones which are made after recycling or maybe repaired or things like that. And sharing is also very important. As we were saying, yesterday only we were talking of this sharing of cars, sharing of public transport. Now it's not only that we are encouraging more private cars by easy loans, and after liberalization and all, we are having so many private companies, and we have imported cars also. But the thing is, this way so much is wasted, and the congestion and all we were talking about yesterday. So you have to uh, go for very, very attractive public transport. That's true. Otherwise, why should I leave the comfort of using my own car and go for public transport? So that way, it is not only the job of the consumer, but also how to make the consumer conscious, how to encourage the consumer to buy those goods, how to encourage the consumer to share things like transport, public transport and all. so that, ultimately it's sustainable. The economy is sustainable for the next generation and all. And there are some data in this slide, like how many laptops and mobile phones, etc., we produce each year, and how we discard them and where do they go. Like the farmers also, these days everything is packaged. We get everything in packaged form. The packaging industry has developed a lot here also. Again, we as economists, we think of all these things also. Okay, fine, we are not, if we become very conscious, we don't use packaged, so many packages and all, what will happen to the packaging industry? So many people are engaged in that industry as well. So these are many things, many things are there, which Professor Mitra was also referring to, that how it's very easy to talk of these things in the seminars and all, but how to make it practicable is a thing that we should think of. So in the this slide shows you about consumerism in the linear economy and in the circular economy. I'm not going into that. And as I have already said, that it all started with globalization, if I am permitted to say that. And this waste, especially e-waste, we must be more careful about. And this reuse of e-waste and all, I have already talked about that. How do you make them? Quite often we discard the computer totally. Before that, before the computer reaches that stage, if the motherboard is upgraded and all, then it becomes reusable. If not by myself, somebody else can start using that. So that way, I think usage can be use of recycled, repaired, etc. This can be made more common. But the thing is, we always think of the industry behind that. What will happen to those people who are engaged in that particular industry? So that is also a problem that is associated with economists. Car ownership, there can be renting of cars, there can be sharing of cars, public, like we have Uber shuttle and all. Instead of using one Uber cab by one person, sharing can be done. Now, it's not only that we are encouraging these small private cars, but also the app cabs. One may argue that, well, so many people have been employed. So
1
many
minute.
people. Okay, yeah. So this way, this can be, there are these two-way problems everywhere. So this we have to be careful about. About transport, I've already talked about. Like yesterday, there was this thing came out in the discussion, that to move over to electric vehicles. Now, if you move over to electric vehicles, there will be a lot of wastage by the batteries. Batteries will be wastage and all. And you have to generate much more of electricity that you are doing than what you are doing now. And what will be the source? You have to move over to renewable energy, not only to meet the demand, but also to save the environment from pollution. Because if you just move over to generating more electricity, the tailpipe emission will be shifted to another source where electricity is being generated. So now you can think of increasing renewable energy and all, but then what will happen to the coal industry if you stop using coal or reduce using coal? So many people's livelihood will be at stake. So these are many, loose threads here and there, which need to be again strung up. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shudokhina Gupta. I think what emerged from your presentation is a checklist regarding how consumers should behave in order to bring about a movement from a linear to a circular economy, and also the policies needed for making consumers behave in that manner. I next call upon Mrs. Paromita Dattode. As I said, she's going to speak on the global scenario regarding the movement from a linear to a circular economy.
Thank you, Professor Mithu. Am I audible? Thank you. First of all, thanks to Edri for inviting me here. And I'm among a lot of economists on the panel. I'm only non-economist. So I'm going to speak up from the planner's perspective, being an urban planner by training. So if you look at circular economy, it's basically based on three major principles. One is designing out waste and emissions. The second is about keeping products and materials in use for a longer period of time. And thirdly, by doing this, we help to regenerate our natural systems. Now, so circular economy also talks about resource efficiency, lowering GHG emission, extending the life of products, and focusing less on the use of virgin material. So if we look at Asia, it's an emerging economy, and we are still there's a lot of manufacturing that happens in this part of the world, and 53% of the global emissions is currently uh, uh, from various emissions, but it is the 45% that happens due to emissions that happen due to production of materials. So it is this 45% that circular economy tries to focus upon. And if you look at the urban world, then 20 of the 33 mega cities are located in Asia. And so it is predicted to rise to 27. So it's an arduous task to actually get into circular economy model, as Professor Sen also pointed out. Now, if we have to look at regional efforts from the Asia perspective, I would say there are three things that we should focus upon. One is to have a national and a regional circular economy policy, because it transacts across country borders. And there's another need, that is to focus on regulatory and legal frameworks. To EPR, for an example, I'll elucidate on this as I move on. And the third thing is to disseminate on business cases and innovations in circular economy. In Asia, as Professor Mitra said, that I should focus on what the leaders have been doing. Japan and Korea have been the leaders in this aspect. Wash sector, water supply, sanitation, and waste sector. So wherein we focused on encouraging startups. Now, what happens is, when there's a good startup and we try to implement the solution from lab to land, and when we worked with a local body, even if the startup had a good solution, but the procurement laws were more, I would say, um, process-based than performance-based. It was not based on the performance of products. So thereby green procurement, and there is no law in green procurement. And if policies are not performance-based, so it is not always easy to procure green products. So therefore, it is very essential to focus on policies in this aspect so that there is a trickle-down effect when we are actually procuring things on ground. Korea is another leader. They also started in way back in 91 when they had the Waste Control Act. Then they had an act on promotion of saving and recycling of resources. An interesting thing that Korea did was they had something called a deposit refund scheme. So if there was a manufacturer that is producing something, then they had to in advance deposit a certain amount of money for the sale of recyclables. And if they were able to sell that recyclable, then that refund could happen. But what happened in this case was that there was lack of recycling infrastructure, and there was lack of recycling performance of producers was not as good. So then this transitioned into something called the extended producer responsibility, or EPR, which now in India has also got a policy on EPR for plastics particularly. So with EPR, then things got a little better. And now, because they are in an advanced stage, their EPR policy is doing well. The Singapore also has done a good work in this direction. They have something called a Resource Sustainability Act, which was passed in 2019. And Singapore has a zero waste master plan. The interesting part in Singapore is that it's very people-centric. Yesterday, we were talking about transport, about moving people and not cars. So here also, when they were talking about circular economy, they had a very mass campaign on IEC, Information, Education, Communication, and they actually had city level plans and ward level and neighborhood level plans on how to reduce resources, how to better repair, refurbish, all those kind of was and Vietnam. And when we talk of regulatory and legal frameworks, then EPR for plastics is an interesting example. So EPR basically talks of the polluter pays principle. And here the producer responsibility organizations have been playing a very good role. So here, if you know, there are various types of PROs. There's an individual PRO, there's a collective PRO called Collective Producer Responsibility Organization. And PRO takes on behalf of the management or operators. So here, a crucial part of this is the financial sustainability of the PRO, which becomes a struggle. So if the sources of revenue is greater than the cost incurred, that's when the PRO system works well. So in India, what happens is when we are talking of EPR for plastic, all the good value plastics are separated, are sorted by the informal sector. So it's very crucial that in countries like India, we actually bring the informal sector into the mainstream. And there are efforts that have been happening, but it's not completely successful, but we are moving towards that. More recently, we have had the Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules in 2024 that the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has announced. And one of the main features of the amendment includes manufacturing meeting requirements will be allowed to produce compostable and biodegradable plastic products. Now, there's a lot of debate about what is compostable, what is not compostable, what is biodegradable. Then it is also talking about compliance with regulation of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, because there's a lot of plastic that comes in contact with food. It talks about obtaining certification from the Central Pollution Control Board. It talks about local government taking necessary actions to prevent stocking, distribution, sale, and usage of prohibited single-use plastics.
Couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'll just wrap up. So, and if we were to look at a country policy, then Turkey has done a very interesting thing. So they have something called the National Sustainable Development Board, and they prepare the National Development Plan. It started way back in 96. And the more recent one is the 11th plan, which talks about a symbiosis with industry symbiosis, where something called sorry, I'm not getting the name. Forgetting the name. Basically, it's in their national main plan there in horizontal linkages. And so if I were to conclude, then it would be the following. That is, if we were to switch over from take, make, dispose model of linear to circular economy, we have to decouple economic growth from environmental degradation. We have to look at new business models, technology transfer, and design innovation. And we have to have circular markets to spur further domestic and foreign investment. Thank you.
Oh, that was a wonderful look at experiences regarding movement from a linear to a circular economy. I now call up Vivek.
consume so so my issue definition of microplastic is, the plastics which are of, very tiny particles. Okay, so this is, less than 15 millimeter length. Okay, so that's the length of plastic. So basically, you can think of about two types of plastics. One is, big pieces, and one is the small pieces, which are microplastics. Now, when we are talking about recycling and all these things, most of the discussions that we have heard from this morning, so this is about recycling, rethinking, controlling the behavior of consumers and all these things. So most of the times we think about, the big pieces. But to me, the big plastics are not that problem. So because, if you have good regulation, you have to have plastics above 40 microns. So these are the regulations. And then if you can collect the waste carefully and if you can implement waste segregation, so then we can recycle the big plastics. And, I think Ms. Atta was talking about good plastics, good value plastics for waste recycling. So these are in fact the good value plastics. But what about the microplastics? So microplastics are, generated through the behavior of the human behavior. And so then, so these small particles, so they carried away by air, and ultimately it gets deposited in water, some rivers and lakes and all these things. And ultimately through the water, it gets carried away in the sea and ocean. So that's the way you have deposit of microplastics in the world. But how the microplastic is generated? So if you think about it, we all are involved in this. We generate microplastics every day. So one good example would be the cutting of milk packets. So if you think about it, so every day we purchase milk packets. So milk comes in plastic packets in our country. I know in developed countries they sell milk in bottles also, but here we don't have bottles. The plastic packets are there. So these are virgin plastics, 55 micron and above, I think. So that's the weight. So then what happens with this milk packet? So you get this milk and cut the packet at a corner. When you are cutting it, you don't know what you are doing. So most of the times, even me, okay, when I cut the packet, I cut it completely, right? So there is a big part which is there, and there is a small part, okay, which goes as microplastics. So because, so this small corner. So the big part, what happens? So there are three different ways to think about the big part. One is that, so you sell it, so this is a wide practice that is there. So the consumer, the households, they in fact, they keep they store the plastic, okay, which is being used. So I'm not talking about the microplastic, the big part. Okay, so that is, that is kept aside. Okay, and then there is a market for these plastics. Okay, and so the kabadiwalas will come and they will pay a price for that. Okay, and most of the households they sell this plastic and earn money. So even if you don't do it, your maid will tell you that please, give these plastics packets to me. I am going to sell and earn some money out of it. So that is one way. The second way is that, that these milk companies, so for example, Amul, so they say that, they have a scheme. So if you come with these old used plastics, milk packets, so we are going to buy it back, okay, and then we'll recycle it, okay, for further use for, making different things. So that's the second way. And third way, you throw it out, okay, in the garbage bin, and then, you practiced segregation of waste. Okay, so this is collected by the municipality and then this is recycled and all these things. So good practices. Okay, so no problem with this, and probably you can have a technological solution of this problem. Okay, making it more efficient. The governance is perfect. Segregation is done. Okay, and recycling is done because the problem is solved, right? But what about the microplastics? Okay, the tiny particles that you cut. Okay, so that is, you don't know. You don't, actually, we don't know what happens to these, small corners. And this is, I'm talking about the meal packets, but this is, widespread in developing countries like India. So here, so the selling of products in small plastic packets. So this is considered as a marketing revolution. Okay, so selling things in sachets, sachets of shampoo. Okay, so the things sold in small packets, and you all cart them. We all, myself included. Okay, so we cart them, and we don't know what happens to these small corners, right? So this is a way that we indulge in generation of microplastics, and this is a big problem. So how to control these things? So I think we need to so we need to think about this. So in fact, we started thinking about it and, thought about a small project to do, so looking for funding. But maybe, so one way out, so probably we can think about it. So the way we thought about this project, okay, so we thought about, use something which is very modern in economics, in behavioral economics nowadays. So we talk about, use of nudge and, nudge plus boost. So there are different techniques. So you can use that. And the other thing is, and so sometimes when we do experiments, okay, so it's very difficult to field experiments. It's very difficult to observe the output, but here it's very easy. So because people store these plastic packets and sell it to the market. So there is a market for plastic waste. So one can easily monitor it. So maybe we can use some monetary incentives, like, as we economists say that people respond to incentive. So if they behave properly, the consumers, so suppose we just observe the, the cutting of milk packets. So if you don't cut it completely, so if it is a partial cut, so then, give some monetary incentives to these households who are not cutting it completely. You're not generating microplastics. So buy these packets from them at a higher price. So if you cut it completely, you get a lower price for the plastic. But if you don't cut it completely, you get a slightly higher price. So two different types of, cutting behavior. So they are divided differently. So would it work? I don't know. So that's an open question. So maybe, we can run some experiments in this line. Create awareness, of course. So that is another experiment. Okay, so whether people respond to it, and the way it would help to reduce the load of microplastic pollution in the world. Okay, so that remains to be seen. I would be curious to know about the global practices. So in fact, Ms. Otto was talking about Singapore, Korea, Japan, and all these things. So how do they tackle this microplastic issue? So that I don't know. So I'll be curious to know about. So this is a question to you. And but in India, I see that the problem is there, and we have to seriously think about the way to tackle the microplastic pollution. So it's not simply recycling and rethinking about the product. So I don't know whether milk packet can be produced with biodegradable plastic. I don't know. I mean, the people engineering with technical background in the audience may throw some light on this, but I haven't seen the meal packets are produced using biodegradable plastics. So whether that can be done, we can think about that also. So thank you. So that's all from my side.
Okay, that was a very exhaustive review of how microplastics are contaminating our biological systems, the practices that generate microplastics, and the policies that can discourage the generation of microplastics. I think we've now had all four panelists speak, and we are moving towards the end of the session. So what I would do is encourage those on the floor to ask questions. Yes.
Thank you, Siddharth. I have two brief comments. One is actually a comment for Professor Sen, and the other is a more general comment, but I think Professor Gupta may like to respond to that. The comment that I have for Professor Sen is that I think economists for too long have been prisoners of a certain paradigm, and that is the exogeneity of consumer tastes and behavior. But that's not how the real world works. So, for example, in the US, there was this person, Ed Bernays, who was a nephew of Sigmund Freud and who used Sigmund Freud's findings to change consumer behavior through advertisements and so on. And the most striking example of behavioral change, of actually preference change that was accomplished by Ed Bernays was that he persuaded young women that smoking leads to liberation. And this is, a shift in consumer preferences, which has actually lasted. Even now, a lot of young women, even in India, they smoke because they think that it is an act of liberation. So I think, it is time that economists explicitly took into account the possibilities of change in preferences and build those into their models. My second comment is about the reality of consumer behavior that we have seen in India. And of course, Professor Paramita mentioned about the laws and regulations in different countries and how Indian law is also, moving towards that end. Now, in Terry, in some years ago, and I'm talking of about 15 years ago, we did a study which was presented to the UNFCCC on the levels of recycling in different countries. And what we showed is that the levels of recycling in India of a number of different materials, metals, plastics, glass, paper, especially, e-waste, was much higher than the countries which had in place these elaborate legal and institutional requirements. And the reason for that was actually the underappreciated role of the kabadiwala. I think Professor Vivekananda mentioned about the kabadiwalas. But the fact is that the kabadiwalas, I think they go to everyone's house that we have here in this audience. And they ensure a very high level of recycling and use of these materials. The issues with respect to the recycling is where you have materials which are hazardous in nature. For example, the problem with e-waste is not that it is not recycled. It is recycled, but the processes by which the materials are recovered are very labor intensive, that they are done in small scale enterprises, and there are no occupational safety and health checks. And this is something that we have seen earlier in the case of lead acid batteries. So the policy challenge is not the promotion of recycling as such, but the promotion of safe recycling. So I would leave it at that, perhaps we should not be as pessimistic as we are, because in India, we have traditional institutions which we can leverage. And Professor Vivekananda mentioned about leveraging these traditional institutions to ensure that, we move more rapidly towards a more sustainable economy.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you. That was a really fascinating discussion by the panelists, and I really learned a lot. I just wanted to make one broader comment, which is that I think that when we're thinking about these issues, we tend to take too much as given. That is, we tend to take the existing products as given. And the point is that if we have good policy which discourages products that create waste, then that existing composition of products will change, right? Manufacturers, sellers, companies that sell products won't find it profitable to continue selling those products. They'll find you want to give them incentives to design products which don't produce waste. And I mean, let me just give an example. Vivekananda was talking about milk in milk packets, right? I mean, but when I was growing up, all the milk came in glass bottles. Now, the younger people in this audience are not even aware of that probably because they disappeared a long time ago. The point is that the economics of glass bottles is just much worse than the economics of plastic packets. But that's because the cost of the plastic packets has been externalized. So if we have an incentive system in which we penalize producers for making products that will create waste that has to be recycled and for which lots of energy has to be made to figure out how to bring them back safely and so on, then the composition of products will also change. And I think that that's going to be the bigger effect if you put into place such policies. And rather than thinking about taking the existing product structure as given, and then how do we deal with this? How do we recycle? How do we do all these things? Now, of course, it's not always going to be the case that the product structure will change completely, and then, you'll get all these magically good products. That won't always happen, but a large part of the solution is going to be in that direction. I think it's not going to be even to take the existing products and then start recycling them in a more clever way.
Yeah, I just have a small comment on Professor Ghosh's point that young women were in a way brainwashed by the ad companies to think that smoking leads to liberation. I don't think that's the issue. Actually, smoking is liberating, is what the point is. So all these values and ads come, it's a part of a social structure where you have certain acts which may be an act of liberation within that context. So it's not leads to, but it is liberating because you are not supposed to do it. So say that I would give you an example of, let's say, Iran. Now, most of the women in the world don't wear hijab, but that doesn't mean that they're liberated. But not wearing hijab in Iran is a liberating act. So we should see it in that context. And most of the ads are playing on that. So they're also constructing new kinds of cultural values, and they have to be understood in that context. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, my very specific question is, many of the startup companies, when we were talking about the startup induction problem that we generally face, many of the startup companies have green solutions. They are motivated by green solutions. But the problem is when we are trying to induct them, they fail to qualify for the technical and financial criteria. Technical criteria, in most of the cases, they do qualify. But in financial criteria, they could not, and most of the startup companies. Now, is there a possibility of designing a process so that these startup companies can be a part of the consortium that are working for waste management? Because consortium leaders are the prime movers, as we say. But the consortium leaders are so overpowering that they do not tend to give chances to the small associates they have with them. And so the motive, the green solution motives gets destroyed. So is there a possibility that we design a proper policy such that these green solution companies, small startup companies, they do have a say in their consortium, or maybe these startup companies can be given a leverage so that they can start working?
Yeah. So my question is for Professor Sen and Professor Gupta. In some cases, we see that for the circular economy or circular flow of a product's life is differentiated between developed and underdeveloped nations. So what can be done so that it can be homogenized? Say, for example, I would say in case of an automobile vehicle, say there is a lifespan of 15 years or so for the vehicle in a developed economy. So after that, it is supposed to be discarded or scrapped or anything. But these often find their life, the next life, their second-hand usage in underdeveloped nations, mostly in African countries, where they run another span of their usage, polluting, and then finally they are scrapped or maybe reused into different purposes. But the problem there is the pollution then gets shifted to that economy, and it is also a part of their circular life, but it is not often not recognized. So how, what can be done so that it can be homogenized, so that the pollution that is being recognized there is a part of that economy only and not of the supply chain in an international scenario?
Okay. Yes. I am actually in agreement with what Dr. Ghosh said, and also Professor Somanathan, that uh, if we think of keep milk and bottled milk out, huh? Think of uh, uh, Pepsi and Coke. When we were young, Pepsi and Coke used to come in bottles and bottles only. Huh? Now, so it was incumbent on the producer to take back the bottle at the end of when the cold drink was drunk, which is its economic life. Then they got into plastics, and now there is no obligation on the part of the producer to take it back. You go to hill stations littered with Coke and Pepsi bottles, and then uh, it is cold comfort to me to say that Indians are very good at recycling. Poverty makes people recycle plastic bottles. But the Coke company or the Pepsi company is not recycling. Okay. So that's my first point. Actually, what Professor Somanathan said, I agree with that. There, I was just trying to caution people that if you do a little bit of taxing and policy intervention of that kind, then it's fine. It's consistent with our economics and things like that. But if you do too much, then not only the presidential candidate and according to him, Vice President Trump, and they will say that, look, it's against my rights. Huh? That who's Big Brother is doing too much. So therefore, we have to. So therefore, things like getting educating consumers and changing preferences and all, that's very important. So that's and I think we've learned something, and I tried to be provocative, and I think I was. Now, the point about cars going to Africa, this has been happening in a big way, at least since the Second World War. I mean, after decolonization, Japan has always prided itself in preserving its forests, but it has always also had a large amount of wood-intensive consumption and exports. So where did the woods come from? They came from Indonesia. They came from the rest of ASEAN. So therefore, we need some comprehensive policies to ensure that that and the poorer countries are not used for environmental hinterland. I mean, basically, the world has run out of hinterland.
Thank you. Okay. So, first of all, Professor saying Coke and Pepsi are supposed to recycle. So that's where the producer responsibility organizations come into place, and Coke and Pepsi have PROs. And the PET bottles in which Coke and Pepsi comes are high value plastics and can be recycled up to 5 times or more. So although glass bottles are a better solution, but as per the industry perspective, they are recyclable, the PET bottles. So here design, so when we talk of designing out waste, that's an important thing. If we standardize, say, all milk bottles to be of the same size and same specifications, that would be one way of moving out of milk coming in plastic bags. That could be one of the solution. It's being talked about a lot. Regarding green procurement, so what happens is in India, if you see the government procurement that happens, it is through the GEM portal. First of all, that is not well regulated, well managed. That is one thing. The other thing is that in the GEM portal, everything is specification based and not performance based. So when you talk of technical specifications, they may be meeting the technical specifications, but in terms of financial, again, it is specification makes. This should be the turnover, the company has to be this many years old, blah, blah, blah. So here, if we have it performance based, that is, suppose you have a biomethanation plant that has to be installed, and somebody is talking about a decentralized biomethanation plant, then it has to say that this should be the emission standards of the biomethanation plant. This is how you're going to use the methane. This is how you're going to use the sludge. This should be the quality of the sludge. So that is what we mean by performance based, and that is where green procurement is happening in these countries that I mentioned. And it's worth looking at their policies. About cars going to Africa, there's this report by ADB which was recently published, which is talking of transitioning from a linear to a circular economy with the perspective of Asia. So, so as we know, pollution is for the whole earth. We just, as Sir said, that we are moving, running out of hinterlands. So pollution is going to travel, whether we like it or not. So that's where regional policies and regional, regional policies and regional platforms can play a great role. So we have the sustainable development goals, and there's a lot of there are lots of schools of thought around that. So if we are to make this into one SDG which everybody has to achieve, that could be one way of doing it. So yeah, so these are the 3 comments.
About new products to be produced, I don't know, because that will require a lot of R&D, require a lot of resources, skills, finance, etc. Opportunity cost, cost benefit analysis, and I think that's that goes on in producing new products. We need all these things, but the technology is also very important. So that, I think, is a big project, a big that can be. I mean, we at present, I don't think it's that easy to move over to such kinds of products. So that may be a part of the government policy also, to encourage production of those things. And about the cars, old cars going to Africa and all, that's true for even medicines. They say that expired medicines are exported over to the less developed countries and all. So homogenizing is, I don't know who will do that, because the UN bodies and the WHO and all, they can do, but I don't think that will be very practicable given the situations, political situations and all these days. And startups, yes, there are companies like, as I said, like when we go to Dhapa, but I don't know if that's a startup company, but this thing has been outsourced and they are producing goods. As I said, we sat on those chairs and we took photographs. And in fact, rooms also, they have made prefabricated rooms and all using these recycled plastic and all. So, okay, that's all I think.
So yes, so only thing about this glass and the thing. I completely agree with, we should think about changing the nature of the product and all these things, but about glass and plastic. So I think there is a, technological process, and, there is an economics behind it, as Professor Som was pointing out. So the producers and consumers both have found that these things are, using plastic things is more, is better for them, from the point of view of farms profit and the consumer's ease of using this product. So that's why, so there is a process in that, so kind of life cycle. So now what we have to think about in the plastic era, how to change the modify the products within the plastic. Okay, so for example, I was talking about microplastics generation. So one way out could be, the plastic materials as such that it will be biodegradable. So probably that comes to my mind as a solution. So you have to think about how to create the milk packet by using the food grade plastics. I don't know whether that is possible or not. So probably not. So that's why. So the research and, the technology should go in that direction. So that one thing, because it's very difficult to collect microplastics, extremely costly. Okay, so that's all.
We've gone above time, and so I'm just going to end this session and call for a round of applause for the panelists. Yeah, tea is served. Yeah, tea is served. Right? Yeah, outside. Please. And we're going to come back in 10 minutes time, exactly 10 minutes time.
Welcome back, everyone. We now start our next session, which is on heat causes large earning losses for informal sector workers in India. And this presentation will be delivered by Professor E. Somanathan, Professor of Economics and Planning Unit, ISI Delhi. So I invite Professor E. Somanathan on the stage. This session will be moderated by Professor Shrikant Gupta. So I request Professor Gupta to please carry this session onward. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. So we are at 12:20, and this is when Professor Somanathan would have finished his talk. So we can either do that. No, I'm just being facetious. So we will try to make up. I was telling Professor Ajit Sinha that in the old days when the trains ran late, then we would always say that, wo make up kar legi, it'll go a bit faster. So in any event, it's a great honor and privilege to introduce Professor E. Somanathan. Uh, this topic is also very close to my own work. And as we know that with climate change and the greater frequency of heat waves and so on, it's a huge impact on our economies, the impact of heat on worker productivity. And to provide the context, Professor Somanathan and his co-authors have recently published a paper in one of the top 5 economics journals called the Journal of Political Economy, JPE. And it's a top 5 journal of the field. And they have published a paper using 3 data sets trying to establish the economic impacts of heat on worker productivity. So I'm very excited to listen to this presentation of his. He's a professor at ISI, Professor of Economics. He wears many hats, though right now he's not wearing a hat. He is the founder of the SECFI, which is the Center of Food, Energy, and Environment. He is also the Center Director for Environment for Development, which is a global network. And he has had many other distinguished positions. His PhD is from Harvard. He was also the Executive Director of SANDI, the South Asian Network for Development and Environmental Economics. He has been in IPCC. You can read his bio, so I don't need to repeat it for you. And he has made very important contributions in the fields of environment and resource economics. I am aware that recently he, with a co-author of mine, Ujjain Chakrabarti, has now been working on water and has produced, is working on a very interesting theory paper. So, Som, over to you. How much time will you take, or how much time do you need?
20 minutes, I think.
Okay, so Professor Somnathan will speak for 20 minutes. Should I give you a heads up at 15 minutes? So I'll give Professor Somnathan a heads up at 15 minutes. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, now it's on, right?
And I'll switch off.
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, I'm very grateful to Adri for inviting me to this conference and to Siddharth, who's been a very gracious host. So without further ado, let me just start talking about the topic. So I think it's something which is going to get increasingly important, but it is still underappreciated, the extent to which heat stress and heat waves impact people in economic ways in India and in other countries. So not sure. Will you move the slides? Is there a clicker or something? Right. Okay, thank you. So there is of course, a large literature on the impact of climate change and of temperature and heat in particular. And I think that initially it began in agriculture largely. It was clear that there were agricultural impacts and that crop yields in many crops in many places go down when there's excess heat. Then there was this macro kind of literature which looked at GDP across countries, and the finding was roughly that high temperatures are associated with a loss in income growth at the country level of about 1 to 2% per degree. I should add that actually there's also been work in India using state level data and district level data. There are at least 2 papers that I'm aware of. And those findings are similar, but the effects are larger. So instead of 1 to 2% per degree, it's something like 2 to 4% per degree. And that's not very surprising if you think about it, because India is a country which is at the upper end of the global range of temperatures. And so you expect that increases in temperature will have larger effects in India than in averaging over the whole world. And now, more recently, in the last few years, there's been work, last 10 years or so, I would say, there's been work looking at non-agricultural sector. In particular, people started looking at manufacturing, a couple of papers here, for example. And the finding is roughly that at Indian temperature range, 1 degree Celsius increase in temperature decreases manufacturing sector output by about 2%. So one thing that I think you should keep in mind is that all of this is based on past data. So we're looking back over the last few decades, and we're saying, okay, when it was hotter by 1 degree, what happened? And we find when it was hotter by 1 degree, then output was lower on average here in manufacturing, 2%. But of course, yeah, is the one that was referred to earlier was formal manufacturing. And most of employment, 80% or more, is the informal sector. You know, people are unregulated, they don't have regular salaries, they're looking at daily wages or self-employment and so on. And here the economic studies are much smaller. There are a few studies, basically. I would just, on this, there's a lot of stuff on this slide. Let me just point to one, which is the closest to the paper I'm going to talk about today. It's a paper by Seth and Sahu, and they found a productivity decline of about 2% for brick workers per degree in Eastern India. And then there's another paper by Sahu and others who found a productivity decline due to heat stress, about 5% per degree of wet bulb temperature, rice harvesters, again in Eastern India. But what's different about the paper I'm going to talk about today is that we look at earnings losses, and these are measuring productivity. So they did very detailed studies, you know, measuring people's heart rate and this and that. So they look at productivity. But of course, you can lose earnings in 2 ways. You can lose earnings, like the earlier papers referred to on this slide, is you can lose earnings because you don't go to work at all because it's too hot. Or you can lose earnings because you go to work, but then you're less productive at work. So both channels can be there. And of course, it's not only a question of labor supply, it's also a question of labor demand. If it's too hot, then your demand for your labor may also dry up, right? So in the paper that I'll talk about just now, we are looking at both channels. We're looking at all the channels, basically. We just look at earnings. So earnings can be affected by demand for labor, they can be affected by labor supply, and they can be affected by productivity at work. So what we did is basically we sampled about 400 people who live in 2 slums in Delhi, North Delhi, and basically we employed a survey team which would go and talk to the person every day for a month. This was in the summer of 2019, and ask them, you know, how much did you earn yesterday? How many hours did you work? How many hours did you sleep? And so on. A number of questions, but all very quick, so that it's over in 1 page. And you know, so we ask these questions every day for a month. So we selected households in these 2 slums. Basically, if the principal earner wasn't salaried, worked in the informal sector, either self-employed or on a daily or piece rate wage. Okay. So there's a very, as you might imagine, large variety of different jobs people are doing. You have dhobis, you have people working on construction sites, you have painters, you have coolies who basically doing manual loading and unloading. You have cycle rickshaw drivers, like e-rickshaw drivers, auto drivers, taxi drivers, people selling food, people selling other things, rag pickers, traders, people selling fruit, kabadiwalas, barbers, mochis, and so on. Like, standard kind of thing that I'm sure all of you are aware of. So the survey was done. We employed a firm using a mobile app. Principal earner was interviewed daily. There was some cleaning data issues and so on. So I will go into that. In the end, we had 9,972 observations on 396 workers. Good. So here's a graph of what it looked like during that period. This was the summer of 2019. The dotted line, red dotted line on top is maximum temperature. As you can see, it went from somewhere about 35 to about 47 or so in this period. The two lower curves, the dotted one is wet bulb temperature and the solid one on the bottom is the minimum temperature. Wet bulb temperature is basically a temperature where you kind of account for humidity really in a non-linear way. Okay, so it's not that it is, so basically wet bulb temperature, you can think of it as a non-linear function of temperature and humidity. And this data was half hourly from Delhi airport. So it was not actually the temperature where these people were, but the nearest place where we could get half hour frequency data. And then you basically combine the relative humidity and the temperature in a nonlinear function, and you construct wet bulb temperature for every half hour of the day, and then you average it. And the reason that you need to do it at this frequency is because essentially during the daily cycle, when it gets hotter during the day, the relative humidity falls. And then when it gets cooler again, the relative humidity tends to be higher. So they're negatively correlated. And if you try to average at the daily level, you will get a very noisy measure. Maybe, yeah. So basically, it takes this humidity into account. Oops, what happened? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. You probably can't read those as a bunch of summary statistics, but let me just say that there's a measure called total earnings, which is basically how much people earned in rupees. On average, it was about 270 rupees a day. There's a measure called net earnings. On average, that's about 240 rupees a day. And there's net earnings because for some people, there is some work-related expenditure. You're selling something, you have to buy it and so on. You have some expenditures on transport and so on. So we're taking those out to get net earnings. Okay. There's a bunch of other variables there. I won't go into that. I'll just show you the results. So if you look how at the temperature variation during this period, so there in that dotted line, I'm plotting wet bulb temperature during this period. And that's on the left vertical axis is wet bulb temperature. On the right vertical axis, I have the negative of the log of earnings averaged over all the workers. And what you see is there's a rough correspondence between these two curves. When it's hotter, then log earnings are lower. And when it's cooler, then log earnings are higher. And that's why you can see roughly there's a rough correspondence. Okay. So that's just indicative. Of course, what I'll do is next is we'll go to regressions in which we are going to control for the fact that different workers have different earnings potential. That's the first term on the right-hand side, the alpha I. So yi is going to be a measure of earnings or one of the other outcomes. On the left, it's I is a worker, T is a day. And then we have a worker fixed effect, alpha I, that captures the fact that different workers have different earnings potentials. So regardless of which day it is, one worker is likely to be earning more than another. And then the second variable is some measure of the temperature. And then we have some controls, which are basically going to be some fixed effects for days of a week, because obviously Sundays are different from Mondays. And for holiday dummy and relative humidity control, unless we have wet bulb temperature. Okay. And then for earnings, I want to basically interpret this as a percentage effect on earnings. And also you would expect that if you have a temperature change and somebody's earnings is affected, well, how much they're affected in rupees is going to depend on what the earnings potential was to begin with. So percentages are kind of natural. And so we use arc sign transformation. Normally people would use log, but you can't use log if there are zeros or negative values. The arc sign is quite similar to log. Let's not go into more details about that. Let me just give you some. The main result here is in this picture. So these are the coefficients from those regressions, and they're different temperature measures. There's a maximum temperature measure, a minimum temperature measure, a mean temperature measure, and a wet bulb temperature measure. And the red ones are the coefficients for the regression in which total earnings is on the left-hand side. The blue, light blue one is the regression in which net earnings, net of these work-related expenditures on the left-hand side. And what I want to draw your attention to basically is look at size of coefficients. So look at net earnings, for example, they're between sort of 13 to 19% for a 1 degree change in temperature measure. So it's a much larger effect than what I was showing you earlier in the macro data, or for that matter, in the micro data from my earlier, which looked at the Indian manufacturing sector, organized manufacturing, right? So this is the main point I want to make here. Look at the effect sizes. They're really degree hotter, and you get an earnings decline if it's, you're looking at average temperature, the earnings decline is 16%. You're looking at the average decline is 9%. So these are much, much bigger effects. So why are we getting these effects? So let me just compare with my earlier study. There we looked at some garment plants around Delhi, and the decline was about 12% for an increase in wet bulb temperature of 10 degrees from 17 to 27 degrees. So much smaller effect, right, compared to this, where you, for a 1 degree change, you get a 19% decline in earnings. But a more comparable one is the rice harvester study of Sahu others, because those, again, you're looking at informal sector workers, being paid on a daily basis. There they found a productivity decline of 5%. And so we don't quite know exactly why these differences are there, but it could be a number of things. It could be maybe people have worse home and work conditions. Probably, certainly one thing that's going on is we're incorporating absences from work. So if you didn't work at all, of course, your earnings will be zero, right? And that's not being picked up in the Sahu et al. Study, right? I am not showing it here, but there's earlier work basically looking. There was an earlier study in 1969 of South African gold miners looking at productivity effects. And again, the effect was much smaller. I'm only giving you comparisons with studies which looked at these temperatures in similar ranges, when it's really hot. Okay. I suppose I should say one more thing, that the comparison with my earlier paper is not a very directly valid comparison, because that paper is looking over the whole year. And this study is just 1 month in the summer. Okay, so I just want to point out that that part of what is going on here is people are not showing up to work. So if you look at the red dots here, these are coefficients where the regression now on the left-hand side, what we have is whether you go to work or not. Sorry, whether you don't go to work or not. And you can see that the probability of not working goes up by 1 to 2% per additional degree. Okay. And the main reason that people are giving for not going to work, if they didn't go to work, they were asked a follow-up question, why didn't you go? And you can see that the reason that I didn't go because it was too hot is very strongly associated with the temperature, right? That's those blue curves. blue markers, and those are coefficients. By the way, the bars are 95% confidence intervals. So these are all highly statistically significant if they don't, mostly they're nowhere near the axis. Okay. So here are some self-reported health indicators. The whether sick is basically, it's a dummy variable where whether some member of the household was sick or not. Okay, and you can see that 1 degree higher, and the probability that somebody in the household was sick, as reported by the primary earner, it goes up by 5, 6, 7%, depending on the temperature measure used. Also see that people say that they were less likely to sleep well if it was hotter, and they were less likely to go to work if it was hotter. Here is a measure of hours slept. Again, you can see that hours slept fall quite a lot if it's hotter, and hours worked also, although those are less statistically significant. That's hours worked conditional on going to work. And here's the last set of results. We also asked people, what was your expenditure on other things? And some of the things, and then they were free to say what those things were. And then we noticed in the replies, that we looked at the text of the replies, that a lot of people were saying they were spending money on ice or water. And so we coded those, and then we put that as an outcome on the left-hand side of those regression, and we see that much more likely that they're spending money on ice or water if it's hotter. IHS is arc sine, inverse hyperbolic sine. Yeah, it's just that same sort of a log transformation. And then those red ones are red ones are expenditure or medical expenditure of any kind. Okay. So we have essentially a range of things, that outcomes that we look at, whether they go to work, how long they work, whether they slept well, how long they slept, so on, and earnings, and these are all kind of consistent with each other. And the main point I want to make, as I said, is that the effect on earnings is very large. It's really alarmingly large. And it's alarming because, this was 2019, it was 5 years ago. 2023 was a much hotter year. And this year in Delhi, anyway, I don't know, some of you are from Delhi, and if you were around there in May and June, you know that the heat wave in Delhi this year was unprecedented. It was very long. Globally, 2023 was the hottest year ever. It was basically outside the range of temperatures before. And 2024 was worse than 2023. So things are getting worse. And the size of these effects are kind of really alarming, because people are clearly losing a lot. And this is going to just accelerate as we go forward. So it's an issue that we are going to have to be forced to think about. And no doubt we don't want to think about it, but we're going to be forced to think about it, because it is not going to be at the level where you have to do econometrics to estimate it. It's soon going to get to the level where it becomes obvious and has social consequences, obvious social consequences. So one other thing I should say is, you might think that Delhi in the summer is a very exceptional kind of thing, right? It's a very hot place at a very hot time of year. But actually, there are lots of people who live in places like this for at least 1 month a year. And we calculated that it's about 320 million people worldwide are informal sector workers who are exposed to similar range of temperatures at least 1 month of the year. And then the last thing I want to say is that, we need to do more of this kind of studies, because informal sector workers in low and lower middle income countries are about 80% of the labor force. And the global labor force is mostly in low and lower middle income countries. It's not in upper middle income and high income countries, with the one big exception of China, which has a substantial number of people in the labor force. But so this is really a global problem, a very large magnitude. It's underappreciated. We need to study it in other places. This is just one small study. It was only for 30 days. The temperature variation is rather limited. We look at other months of the year. We need to look at other cities in other parts of the country and other parts of the world as well. and we need to understand this and be able to plan for what's coming. So maybe 1 minute. Can I say another half minute? Yeah. So so in this paper, we don't say anything about, what to do about this. It's just looking at, just looking at the data, collecting the data and looking at it. But we do need to think about, how about this. And of course, the point is that people tend to miss is they think of this exposure as being exposure when you're working. And of course, that's important. But heat is also there at night, right? And one of those, that's the reason we had the minimum temperature measure in there. And you can see that all these effects are there with minimum temperatures very large also. So not only what the heat you're exposed to when you're working, but it's also the fact that you're exposed at night. And so when we think about measures for protection, we have to think not only about workplace measures and how to protect people when they're working or what can be done about that, but also to think about housing and what kind of conditions people are living in and sleeping in at night, and about protection there. So I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Professor Somanathan, for a very very elaborate and a very, very interesting study, carefully done. And also thank you for staying within the time limit of 20 minutes. So I think we can open the floor to questions for 5 minutes. So the floor is open. Yes, Dr. Ghosh.
First of all, let me congratulate Professor Sumanathan for a very interesting study and one with potential policy implications. Now, I'd like to ask, what would be his intuition about a mirror study which looked at the extreme cold periods? Delhi has extreme hot periods and extreme cold periods. And would he expect that, we are likely to see a mirror image that when the days are colder, then again, we find that we can find a loss in earnings. I'm just, asking about your intuition. And if you're looking at the net effects of climate change, the days would be hotter, the nights would be warmer too. And if you had a complete mirror result, probably over the course of the year, the net change in incomes may not be as large as suggested by your study. The second is that, my second observation is that, you see, there have been many studies which show that the act of observation itself impacts the results. And a very famous example in this respect is the bank wiring room experiment, which I'm sure you know about. And to what extent, if at all, do you think that the results of your study are influenced by the fact that the subjects are aware that they are being studied? So just two observations.
We'll just collect two more questions, Ajit, and so just two more questions, and you have, so if you can make them short, because partly my role is keep on time.
Yeah, just I was just wondering when I was listening to you, so the idea came to my mind, so I just wanted to share it with you. One is that, of course, most of these unorganized jobs with growth and prosperity, slowly it should just move out of the economy, but that's a very long-term thing. But in the short term, I was just thinking that why cannot we, during the summer period, change the work timings as we do that for school children? So we say that, well, we start work from 7 o'clock and we stop at 10:30 or something like that. And then again, we do it at night, and we have a long siesta period, so that I mean, people don't have to do construction work. And for many of these people who are doing rickshaw pulling, etc., it's not only it's very difficult to do it in that heat, there's no demand for it. So for people who are selling services, when it is very hot in the afternoon, there's no demand for it because nobody is out there. So we should seriously think of changing our work timings, and that probably would be one humane way anyway to have workers work and also improve productivity. Thank you.
Professor Mukherjee, right? Make it
So-
short, please.
Yes. So clarification. So it's in the income measure, you have negative of log. So, so probably, you have taken the income as a fraction. So is that the reason? So I don't know. So this is a clarification. The second is that you are saying that, different industry output is supposed to fall in summer. And but there can be different types of industries. So for example, cold drinks and ice creams, so they will expand in summer, right? So that's the second thing. And yeah, I think these are.
Do we have the last question from this side? Yeah, just.
The field of heat stress and designing for heat stress is a very current topic in urban design teaching and urban design practice also. What we have found in the research field is some of the spatial and geographical areas are sort of defy general observation. They are, due to the heat island effect, they are just 5 to 8 degrees different. So it's a very drastic change. Is there any way some of these studies can pick on to these localized hotspots and do specific addressing?
Thank you. So, Som, you have 4 questions and you have 4 minutes.
Okay. So, Dr. Ghosh, yeah, cold days. Yeah, that's very interesting thought. It picks up, I guess, was as I said, I think that we need to do more of these studies all the year round at different seasons and in different places. And I don't want you to take away these results as being kind of definitive. It's one study in one place. Yeah, keeps going on and off. Anyway, even though it's a large number of workers, I mean, it's several hundred workers, so the data is quite rich, and that's why we get these very highly statistically significant effects. But as I said, it's still limited in that sense. What do I expect from the cold days? I would expect that there would, in winter, if we did exactly the same thing, and I said, look, if it's, if you compare a day which is 1 degree warmer than another day, do I expect an earnings increase? And I think I would expect an earnings increase, but I would expect the effect size to be much smaller. That's my guess. And the reason is essentially that I think that the temperature effects there will not be as large. Although it's true that cold has effects in terms of disease and cold stress and other things, but I still don't expect that you will get basically, I think 1 degree colder day, you're going to lose some income, but I don't think it'll be anything like the size of this. That's my guess, but I think we should do the studies. The question of awareness, we did think about this, and my feeling is I don't think it's the case that in this day it's going to make that much of a difference, because people are not really looking at the temperature, and when the surveyors go in the evening and they ask them these questions about the previous day, I don't think they're sort of correlating that in their heads with how hot it was. So I suspect that because of that separation, I think that here I really don't think that effect will be large. That's my but I mean, I have no way to prove it, but that's what I think. Yeah, Ajit's point, about changing work timings, I think people are doing that. I mean, people are already adapting. If it's very hot, you're going to go and work earlier and then in the evening to the extent that that's possible. And I think in terms of a regulatory response, there could be some regulation. For example, construction sites, you can say, if it gets so hot, you have to stop work during these hours of the day. And that would mean that then the work gets concentrated at other times when it's cooler. And I think that's probably one of those policy measures that should be taken. But we should keep in mind that in this study that we're observing, people are already adapting as best they can, right? Vivekananda, about the clarification about that. So this basically inverse hyperbolic sign, it accommodates negative, 0, and positive values. And basically, it's very close to the log function for values which are less than -2 and bigger than 2. And so the derivative of the function is very close to the derivative of the log in that range. And because we're measuring these in rupees per day, most of the observations they're not going to be in that between -2 and 2. So it's going to be in the part of the function which is like log. So that's why we can interpret it the way we do. If you really want to get into the technical details there, yeah, you can be more careful. And we actually did a check on that. It's in the paper. So one more. Yes. Cold drinks and ice creams also you mentioned. I can't remember now whether we had cold drink sellers. We might have had, but too few for us to be able to get an estimate separately for that group. Urban design, yeah, I think that's a great point. I think that's going to be one of the adaptations going forward that we need to make when we think about urban policy, is to actually factor in these heat island effects and realize that now we're going to be moving into a world in which heat is going to be something that really is going to be important in an economic sense, and that we're going to have to design around it. There are studies that actually measure the temperature locally and then look at these effects. I mean, we didn't do that. We just concentrated on trying to get the earnings measures as best as we could. But there are studies that actually measure the temperature more carefully and then measure physiological responses and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Somanathan, for this very, very interesting presentation and also for the thoughtful questions. I'll just add one interjection to Dr. Ghosh's comment that winters are also the time when the air is very polluted. So so it's not a very clean measure of temperature, because unlike summer, when you may think that temperature is truly exogenous, in the winter with very polluted air, that may interact with the temperature and may impact. So that's one issue to keep in mind. And also, you could, in principle, do something similar for the impacts of air pollution, outdoor air pollution on worker earnings and productivity and so on. So in winter, we have that additional dimension, because ironically, the times when it is really unbearable in Delhi is also probably the time when the air is fairly clean. So anyway, thank you very much. We started 35 minutes late and we are now 30 minutes late. So we have made up 5 minutes. That's the best I could do, but we did make up 5 minutes. So please join me in a round of applause for our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Professor Somanathan and Professor Gupta, for this wonderful session. Now we are moving to our next session, and we have some interesting presentations on urban transport. For this session, I would like to invite Ms. Upasana Bhattacharya on the stage. She's a research associate at Indian Institute of Foreign Trade and research scholar at Calcutta University. I would like to invite Dr. Debo Jyoti Lahiri. He's a lecturer at Sovrani Memorial College, and Mr. Swayam Chakravarti, Junior Research Fellow at Center for Urban Economic Studies. This session will be moderated by Professor Siddharth Mitra. So I request Professor Mitra to be on stage and carry this session onward. Thank you.
So let me try and supplement Professor Shrikant Gupta's efforts and, narrow the time deficit even further. Now, we all know that, uh, the challenges facing urban areas in developing countries like India consist of those on the urban transport front. So we want better public transport, we want cleaner vehicles. So that's part of the story in the presentations here. We have three presentations and two relate to electric vehicles and one on the Indian suburban railways. So let's establish some ground rules for this session. I'm going to allot 17 minutes per speaker. So that's going to, for three speakers, that's going to make 51 minutes. And we'll have around 10 minutes of question and answer. So we want to wrap up in around an hour's time. Okay. So can I call upon Upashana to make her presentation? Mrs. Upashana Bhattacharya, and speaking on analysis of vehicle market dynamics and electric vehicle adoption across Indian states, trends and practice. Yeah, sure. And up to 15 minutes, I'm going to just warn you about. Nah.
Present here. I'm going to present on the analysis of vehicle market dynamics.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am going to present on the analysis of vehicle market dynamics and electric vehicle adoption across Indian states. So, coming to the point that there has been a progress in economic growth, which has led to the rise in incomes, and this has eventually led to the increase in private vehicle ownership over the years. And this problem has created the environmental impact of air and noise pollution in urban and rural areas as well, but I'm just now concentrating on the urban areas only. The health risks from these pollutants are harmful. There has been several health risks associated with the pollutants like carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, particulate matters, and nitrogen oxides. So Government of India has taken various initiatives on electric vehicle like the NAMMP Act of 2020. Under this, there has been a FAME scheme which promoted the production and use of eco-friendly vehicles through subsidies, thereby creating the demand for electric vehicles among the masses. But the challenges of introduction of the electric vehicles is that the electricity generation is still predominant with the use of coals, and the generation of electricity from thermal power will only shift the source of pollution from tailpipe to the thermal power pollution. So we need to increase the renewable energy to maximize the EV benefits. But If we increase the production of electricity from renewable energy, the challenge comes of the inclusive growth. That is, the job market for the laborers working in the coal industry will be in distress. These are some of the literatures that I have gone through. But the gap that has been found in the literatures is that while addressing this several studies, I've seen that the general market dynamics and the challenges of EV adoption in India is there, but limited research is there focusing in the regional disparities within the country. This includes variations in the consumer preferences, infrastructure availability, and the government incentives across different states and cities. The the cost challenges are well documented, like the cost of the vehicles and everything, but there has been a less emphasis on understanding the factors that influence the EV adoption. So the two objectives of this study is to comprehensively analyze the growth trends, market dynamics, and fuel type distribution of passenger vehicles across different states of India, and to identify the factors influencing the sales of passenger electric vehicles across Indian states, considering the emissions of pollutants, higher education enrollment, and power supply availability using a panel data regression. For the first objective, I've used this year-on-year growth rate, the CAGR, and the market share. And for the second objective, I have used a panel data regression, where YIT is the sales of electric vehicles, and the other factors are the emission of carbon monoxide, emission of sulfur dioxide, emission of particulate matter, and nitrogen oxide, and gross enrollment ratio of Indian states, and the power supply availability. And these emissions, for getting these emission rates, I have used the Gurjar's methodology to find an emission index of each Indian states over the years of these four pollutants using this methodology, and the study is only concentrated on the passenger vehicles. Here, passenger vehicle categories that have been considered is the light motor vehicles, light passenger vehicles, and the medium passenger vehicles. The other data sources and the emission factors over the years have been listed here. So for the objective one, the results that have got over the CAGR calculation of passenger vehicles by 5 fuel types that have considered here, the petrol, diesel, which is considering as an IC vehicle, then separately one electric vehicle, and the CNG and LPG have considered as an alternative fuels. So in case of electric vehicles, for the CAGR, we could see that from 2001 till 2023, the CAGR rate is quite high in case of electric vehicles. It may be driven by the supportive policies, or among the consumer, there has been a tendency to shift towards sustainability. Among the traditional vehicles, traditional fuels like petrol and diesel, the growth has been steady over the years, but for LPG, there has been a declining growth. And for CNG, there has been a very small growth. In case of the growth rate, I've considered electric vehicles as one, the IC vehicles and other fuels as the other component. So in case of electric vehicles, we can see that initially the volatile growth with substantial increases in the recent years. In case of petrol vehicles, there has been a steady growth of the petrol vehicles, means the growth rate over the years, over 23 years, there has been a steady growth, but with some occasional fluctuations. And for LPG and CNG, there has been a negative growth, but it may be due to that the CNG vehicles showed a positive CAGR over the years, but it's fluctuating and negative growth maybe because of the LPG vehicles, which were showing a negative CAGR over these 23 years. So coming to the market share of these passenger vehicles by different fuel types, we can see that the petrol and the diesel vehicles was once dominant, and it is still now dominant, but has seen a gradual decline and fluctuations in the market share, maybe due to the rising competitions from the alternative fuels. The electric vehicles has experienced a remarkable growth, particularly after 2007, achieving a significant share driven by the environmental and technological advancements. And the alternative fuels of CNG and LPG, they have shown varying trends but maintained a relatively small market share compared to the other two categories. Now coming to my second objective, to analyze or to understand the factors, to identify the factors that may influence the sales of passenger electric vehicles across Indian cities, Indian states. Here, panel data regression has been done to identify these factors. The key factors analyzed here are the emissions of CO, NOx, PM, and SO2, gross enrollment ratio in higher education, and power supply availability. I have used this model of panel regression. So coming to the results of the panel regression, I can see that only the gross enrollment ratio is significantly affecting the sales of passenger EVs over 10 years. But the other factors, such as the factors of emissions and the availability of power supply, is not significantly affecting the sales of passenger EVs over these years. So the emissions, it may be like this, that the emission of the factors, emission of the pollutants, may not indicate, may not significantly affect the sales of passenger EVs, indicating that the environmental concerns may not directly influence the consumer adoption. And the availability, apart from availability of power supply infrastructure, other factors like vehicle cost, features, policy incentives may play a more critical role in driving the adoptions, whereas the education plays a significant role in affecting the PEV sales, indicating that due to greater environmental awareness and the socioeconomic status, this is affecting. So coming to the conclusion, it is like this, that EV growth will significantly rise due to technology advancements and policies. The traditional fuel still is prevalent in the market due to the existing infrastructure. The education levels are also playing a key factor for EV adoption. Moreover, the consumer influences are more particularly are based on the vehicle cost, the performance, and the policy incentives, which may be crucial for the EV adoption, with the charging infrastructure being necessary but not the primary driver. And the technological shift, like strong move towards EVs driven by sustainability and technology, with a need for policies that addresses education, infrastructure, and incentives. But the main question comes that whether this adoption of EVs will be an inclusive growth or a just transition needs to be answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for a very insightful presentation. So, and also you've just taken 9 minutes, so that's really contributed to our time-saving effort. I would now call upon Dr. Devojyoti Lahiri. Okay, the time limits remain.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present a study on Indian suburban railways. Indian Railways, as it is known to all of us that it is one of the most important modes of transport in our country. And the suburban part of Indian Railways, it acts as the lifeline to the passengers, specifically the Delhi passengers, where it operates. Though the suburban railway is not operated in the entire India, but where it runs, it acts as one of the lifeline of the Delhi passengers. And it is also a known fact to us that the suburban railways or the passenger service of Indian Railways is highly cross-subsidized. That means the earnings or the profits earned from the carrying of goods is used as subsidy in the passenger service. So my objective of this paper is, of this study, is to examine how the suburban railway, different factors of suburban railway has grown over time during the last few years, and how it can earn, what determines its earnings, and how it has an impact different variables of its earnings or the other output variables. So these are the variables we have selected. That is the track kilometer, which is the distance that includes the single line and the extra lines as well. Next, it is the average number of train units that is operated in the line, which is actually in the railway literature, which is actually a measure of rolling stock in railway statistics. And next, the number of passenger carriage, and finally the earnings of passenger, which is another output variable, earnings from passenger carriage, and the passenger kilometers, that is the total distance traveled by the passengers. Firstly, we have done a growth analysis, and we have considered the growth rates to be the difference between the logarithmic values of 2 consecutive years. And we can see that for all of the variables, there is very similar kind of growth. There is very similar kind of growth, and there is no variation. There is not much variation in the growth rates. It is a very moderate kind of growth. And the mean growth rate for all the variables have also been calculated, and we can see that the average number of trains, that is the rolling stock, has grown highest, though there is very little difference with the others, but the average number of trains, that is the rolling stock, that has grown the highest, and the lowest is the earnings from carried, passengers carried actually. Now we will study, we have done a panel data regression. We have considered the zones. We know that railway is divided into 18 zones, but out of that only 6 zones are under the suburban railways. 6 zones have the operation of suburban railways. So we have considered those 6 zones only and taken the values of for the suburban railways, and the data have collected for the years from 2004-5 to 2019-20. And we have considered 3 equations. In the first, we have the dependent variable as the earnings from passenger, and in here we have the explanatory variables as the average number of train units in the line and the total fuel consumed. Here the railway mentions it as fuel, but it is the total electricity consumption for suburban railways only. Next, in the second equation, we have the dependent variable as the track kilometers, and the 3 explanatory variables here, along with the rolling stock and fuel, we have the number of passengers carried. And for the third equation, we have the rolling stock and the fuel only, and as explanatory variables, and as the dependent variable, it is the passenger kilometer. So we have run the Houseman test and found that equation 1 and 3 takes the fixed effect model, and equation 2 takes the random effect model. So this is the result for equation 1, where we had the earnings from passenger as the dependent variable and 2 explanatory variables as the average number of train units and amount of fuel consumed. So we can see that only the average number of train units, that is the rolling stock, is significant. And it is significant in 95% confidence interval. And for the equation 2, we can see that both the average number of train units and the total amount of fuel consumed, both are significant. And here the dependent variable is track kilometers. And for the third equation, we can see that where the dependent variable is passenger kilometer, here also the average number of train units is significant. So we can see that the average number of train units, which is the rolling stock, and which is actually here railway considers a 3 bogie unit as 1. So 3 coaches equals to 1 train unit. So we can see that railway can have a larger number of track kilometers or passenger kilometers and even earnings if they run more trains, or if they can have a more longer trains, more coaches in trains, that can give a positive contribution towards the earnings or the other output variables like track kilometers, how it runs. It is definitely, if the coaches are more, then it runs. If the trains are more, it runs more. And the passenger number of passenger is nowhere plays an important role here. But the number of electricity, amount of electricity consumed or the amount of fuel consumed, it plays a role, positive role in track kilometer. So here we can say that it is quite obvious that the number of passengers do not play a role, because we have already said that the fare is a highly subsidized fare in suburban railways, suburban passenger railways. So even then, the railway can have a positive earning if it runs more trains. That is what I want to conclude with, that railway can have a positive earning from its suburban passenger service if it runs more trains or it makes the trains much longer. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we are making good progress as far as the time deficit is concerned. Thank you, Dr. Lahiri, for a thought-provoking presentation. Now, the last presentation in this session is by Mr. Shyam Chakraborty, an interstate analysis of the causes of electric vehicle market penetration in India.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present the paper An Interstate Analysis of the Causes of Electric Vehicle Market Penetration in India, co-authored by me and my supervisor, Professor Suyokina Gupta. I'd like to thank Adri for this wonderful opportunity. So, as far the topic is concerned, electric vehicle market penetration. So, the need for electric vehicles comes from the global race for decarbonization and net zero emissions right now. Each year, COP targets are pushing countries to their limits so that they can push towards zero emissions and as well as environmental sustainability. So, EVs are important in this context because they have zero tailpipe emissions, and if they're powered by green energy resources, then they can actually boost environmental sustainability to a great level. So now I'm skipping all this historical context and all. Just a bit of historical context, because we perceive that EVs are a very new or modern technology, but EVs have been existing for a long time now. But given the prevalence or predominance of IC industry, or the importance or like the problems and issues with historical battery technologies, often pushed EVs out of the market. So coming to Indian context, India has been a very active player in this domain of electric mobility for a long time now. During the early 2010s, NEMMP was launched, having a target towards 2020. And later on, FAME subsidy schemes were launched in 2 phases, which actually pushed the EV market quite a bit before 2020. So now we have actually pushed the EV market in India beyond its initial nascent stage, and we can see that on the road as well, that often there are public transport as well as private transport. A lot of EVs can be seen. Now, coming to the literature review, due to time constraint, I'll be skipping the details. I have listed few of the important literature that I considered for the paper. Uh, After reviewing the research papers that were available in this domain, two basic literature gaps could be noted. One is that there are very few studies, if not none, based on secondary data. Mostly are primary survey driven or theoretical papers. And secondly, the absence of data was on competitive performance. Even if there were reports from government agencies and some private agencies, but academic research papers were missing. So I have a list of objectives over here to see or compare state EV adoption policies with respect to their targets and implementation. Then study the relationship between EV adoption and air pollution. Then go for EV adoption and renewable energy capacity across states. Then use a technology diffusion model named Gartner's hype cycle hypothesis to see where each state stands. And lastly, to use a multiple linear regression model to see for cross-section data what affects public transport electric vehicle penetration in India. So the data that I have considered, I'm not going into details of each and every data. One that needs to be discussed over here is the EV sales for public transport data that will be required for the regression model. So this has been this has been named as deflated EV sales or public transport EV sales, which is basically we have calculated data, we have collected data for two-wheeler, three-wheeler, light passenger vehicles, that is basically cars and cabs, and heavy passenger vehicles, that is buses, and then divided them with the respective state NSDP, so as to get a proxy or so as to adjust for the geographical and population variations across states. Next, for the independent variables also, I'll just discuss a bit of the rationale behind choosing these variables. Since we are considering public transport EV sales, so we consider two categories of subsidies that are available. These are all categorical 0 and 1. If there is a subsidy, it's 1 and otherwise 0. Then surface 24 means surface road percentage. That is basically surface road presence divided by the total number of roads or length of roads. Then petrol and diesel prices, and CHG is charging infrastructure or number of public charging stations that is available across states. Population density across states. Elect, that is electricity cost, which has been calculated under some assumptions as well. We took representative EV models because that kind of publicly available data is not there. So we had to choose some certain models as representatives. Their their battery capacities were taken, their DC charging timing, that is the fast charging time, was taken. And then from CEA's website, we got the electricity rates of commercial charging, since we are talking about public transport. And then we actually calculated how much electricity is required and then put them into their respective slabs to get the average cost. Then we have manufacturing incentive, also categorical, but here we have three slabs: 0, 1, and 2. 0 for no incentives, 1 for partial incentives as a part of their existing industrial policy, and 2 is for solely dedicated for EV industry policies. And lastly, we have PM 2.5 level geographically adjusted. So the model consists of 10 independent variables. It is a cross-section data based model, multiple integration model based on 22, 23 data. So before going into so I will get back to this methodology part when we will discuss the model in the last objective. So state EV policies are important because although there are NEMMP and FAME schemes for the whole nation, states differ in their geographical population and economic criteria or economic levels. So each state needs to focus on what actually they can do to better serve their state or to boost the adoption rates in their own states. Coming to this performance of the state EV policies, almost by 2022-23, almost 28 states out of 36 states had their own respective EV policies. So I have just highlighted the main key points of each state. the EV policies, if I need to discuss, if I need to break them down, they can be broken down into 4 categories. That is EV targets and budgets, demand side incentives, industry incentives, and miscellaneous incentives like fleet electrification, job creation, green zone, etc. So from the analysis, what we could see that Maharashtra, Haryana, Delhi, and Uttar Pradesh had the most comprehensive policies. Now, one thing that has to be noted is the difference between the policy goals. Like we found 7 states focusing on employment generation and 9 states focusing on research and development. Now, within these 9 states, we have West Bengal and Bihar, which is focusing on research and development, but they don't have dedicated policy for manufacturing incentives. So some states are focusing on the supply chain and some states are focusing on how to bring the supply chain into existence. Next, I'm going to the second objective, that is to see the relation between EV market penetration and air pollution. Here we have considered ICEV is to EV, that is internal combustion sales is to electric vehicle sales. This refers to total vehicle sales and not public or private transport. And what we could observe is that ICE is to EV sales over the last 2 decades has been declining. So which actually shows that EV sales are increasing or EV market penetration is increasing. Now for the second part, we tried to relate PM 2.5 levels with IC is to EV ratio. Now we considered the growth rate for both cases, and not a very significant amount of association could be seen, but 3-year lagged pollution was observed to have a low level of correlation, positive correlation, slight correlation. The coefficient was just 0.16. So it is a very weak level of correlation, but there is certain level of association between ICEs to EV sales and pollution, which suggests that more the ICE sales, more the pollution. Second, we have the concept of renewable energy. That is the common notion or common argument against EVs, that they are they just shift the source of pollution from road to coal power generation plants. So there comes the picture of which states have the capacity to boost EV sales along with powering them with renewable energy. There is a contradictory picture here. What we have here in these 2 diagrams is one with the top states of EV sales corresponding with their renewable energy capacity, and in the second diagram we have top renewable energy capacity states along with their EV sales. Now, while there are some states which have somewhat high sales as well as high renewable energy capacity, most of the states have a different picture, which is not desirable, because the more the association with renewable energy capacity and sales, the more desirable, the more greener the transition will be. So here comes the need to transform potential energy into installed capacity into potential energy. Next comes my technical diffusion model that I was talking about, the Gartner's hype cycle hypothesis. This states about 5 stages of technology adoption or technology diffusion, which starts from innovation, that is the early adopters, then the peak of inflated expectation. When the new product comes into the market, everyone expects it to be a very revolutionary thing. Then there are some illusion, the trough of disillusionment is basically when the expectations fall. Then second and third generation products emerge, taking into consideration all the flaws that had been there, and the next generation products emerge out as successful, as better products. Then the slope of enlightenment and plateau of productivity makes it a mainstream product. So here we want to see which the top states selected according to Climate Trends 2023 report, which ranked states according to their EV policies. So we selected 11 states, and just to see the picture where each state stands. So here we can see that Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Kerala, Punjab, and Tamil Nadu have kind of a similar picture with the hype cycle model, although they are mostly bi-peaked, 2 peaks, but still they have a progress towards the slope of enlightenment and the plateau of productivity. Karnataka has the longest running policy since 2017, but the growth rate, using their growth rate of EV sales, it can be difficult to say where they stand according to the hype cycle model, because it is completely fluctuating. But there is a positive trend, obviously. And lastly, the 4 states which actually did not follow the pattern of hype cycle model and have not actually increased to their enlightenment plateau of enlightenment, those are Delhi, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, and West Bengal. So next we come to that. This I have already stated. So what happens is that according to whatever the hype cycle model states, the Indian states are also kind of in the same scenario right now. So we can try for both the whole economy as well as states to understand where it stands, because we have already passed the first generation product and their problems, like scooties, battery scooties catching fire, then range anxieties, then replacement of battery within the warranty time and everything. And we are moving towards the second generation, third generation products already. Next comes the importance of public transport electrification before we enter into the regression model. So public transport electrification, the main two factors that I like to highlight over here is that instead of pushing EVs into the private transport sphere, public transport helps it to catch the break-even point very fast, because due to the high utilization rate, the benefits of zero tailpipe emissions and fuel costs are easily reached. So both economic and social costs are easily reached in a shorter period of time with respect to ICE vehicles. Here, one thing that I would like to show is that there's a if we can start from public transport sector. So if we electrify the public transport fleet, it will help in uh, um, setting up the infrastructure very easily or at a faster speed than private transport. So charging infrastructure will be there, after sale service will be there, and when this is ready, we can start to decarbonize the power grid or switch towards green energy sources. When that is served, then we can think about the second life. That is okay. So I'll move towards the regression model. uh, Out of the 10 variables that were considered, only 2 variables were observed to be statistically significant, that is surface roads and PM 2.5 levels geographically adjusted. Now, we also verified it with backward elimination process. The inference that can be done, the negative effect of percentage of surface roads, since public transport electric vehicles are mostly dominated by 3-wheelers, which are meant to be serving the last mile connectivity. Surface roads where the surface road percentage is more, we will expect there to be broader roads or highways. So instead of that, where there are shorter roads and the commute distance is small, the prevalence of public transport EVs are more. And second is the positive effect of air pollution. It is not, since we are talking about public transport, the sales is driven by public transport service providers. So they won't be taking into account pollution unless it is backed by government policy, which has been there for the last whole decade. So the effect of pollution on EV sales or public transport EV sales is mostly driven by government policy. To conclude, state policies are important because localized strategies is important, because even if there is a whole economies model, state policies are needed to understand the requirements and the capacities of the state. And as per the results are concerned, I would like to state 2 limitations. That is, a lot of the variables that were considered came out to be insignificant, and that I believe is because we could not take into consideration the time domain. The context of time is very important because most of the effects are dynamic, and we had to work with cross-section data because of lack of historical data. Most of the data, fuel prices, then subsidies, are available in only one time, like if it is there or it is not. So we don't have this time series data for this, so neither time series or panel could be considered for that. So there is a way forward for that. And there is a methodology issue as well, because a lot of assumptions were taken into consideration for electricity cost and the dependent variable as well. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Debojyoti Lahiri, Devaruti Pal, Upasana Bhattacharya for their help in making this paper. And that's all. There are the references. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for a very nice presentation. We will have around 10 minutes of Q&A. And I'll just start off with a question myself. I think this was the second presentation. Now, think like number of train units, when you are sort of using that as a regressor, with the dependent variable being earnings, there is this problem that it might be the relationship might be in the nature of an identity, that your total earnings is equal to the number of train units into earnings per train unit. When it is in the form of an identity, usually you actually do not use regression analysis. So I was just wondering, or you could say that, maybe that if you have to have more passengers, you've got to decrease the price of the ticket. And in which case, you don't have that identity. But in that case, then, why do you use number of train units as an exogenous variable? These are some of the questions which occurred to me. You can answer these questions later. I would just also invite questions from the floor. Any questions from the floor? Yes, please. Could you have the mic, please?
My question is also kind of a clarification, and it's directed at Ms. Bhattacharya. So, in case it's something I missed in the presentation, please forgive me. But one of your conclusions was that higher education is strongly correlated with EV sales, right? So I was just wondering how much of a role within that would say higher income, and in turn, like just easier access to financing, given that EVs are generally more expensive, would play a role in things like this?
Any more? Yes, Vivekananda is here.
So I have two questions. One is to Debajyoti. So when you say earnings, so earnings is revenue or profit?
No,
earnings net of cost.
revenue,
Okay.
and
So,
it is earnings from passenger. That is the number.
Yeah, let him come.
okay, so that's one question. And the second is for Upasana. Did you take into account in your regression time variable, time dummy kind of thing? So in each, so for example, you have 10 years, the first year is 1, second year is 2, and so on. So if you do that, probably, your this higher education, and so maybe all of them are correlated with time. So I think it's better to take control of time. So including a time variable in the regression, if you do that.
Okay, more questions? More questions? I don't see any more hands. There is one hand. Oh, no. Okay. You want to ask another question. So I think this will be the last question then.
This is for Mr. Chakrabarti. When you were showing us the graph, the hype cycle hypothesis, I was just wondering if it's a bit too early to be looking at that sort of an analysis in the Indian market. If you have any thoughts on that.
Okay, I think, you can start by answering these questions. I think this will be the last set of questions answered. So can we start from the end of the table and then proceed towards me?
So for the first question, I have taken the gross enrollment ratio in higher education. Perhaps I forgot to mention that the age range was from 18 to 23 years. Okay. And sir, I will consider it in my further research that I will control it for the time variable and then further run the model.
Well, yes, it is earning means it's revenue, and it is earnings from passengers only. So it is actually the number of passengers times the fare. And also, there is it is independent of the number of trains or the train units.
But
As
when
far as
train
I
units are the regressor, no, on that.
Yes.
Yeah. So how could it be independent of it?
no,
Anyway, we,
I
we
mean
can.
I mean
More questions.
yes.
So,
Okay.
but in a very, in the sense of an identity, it's in the sense of an identity.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for the
Next person.
Hello. Yeah, as for that, time is considered, EVs have been in Indian economy from like say 2004, 5, 6 approx. Not so visible, but has been there. And this model is meant for new technology. So now that companies like Hero Motocorp, then TVS, and all existing IC companies have already taken into just incorporated EV models into their fleet. That is why it is like the right time for to observe at least the 2 to 3 stages initial. Yeah, for the enlightenment and the plateau of productivity, that comes later, maybe 5 to 6 years later on. But to analyze the first 3 stages, this is actually the right time.
I think we come to the end of this session and glad to report that the time deficit has been reduced to 5 minutes now. You know, the lunch is ready. It's ready. Okay. If we can proceed.
So now we have a lunch break and we will assemble here at 2:45 p.m. Thank you.
মাইক না খোল
Welcome back, everyone. We will now moving to our next session, which is on burning urban design issues in India and their pragmatic resolutions. And for this session, I would like to invite our panelists on the stage, Mr. Nishant Lal, urban designer and founder, Neela Architecture and Urban Design, New Delhi. Mr. Partha Ranjan Das, founder and principal architect, Partha Das and Associates. Ms. Kanak Tiwari, program director, Urban Strategy Unit and U20 Technical Secretariat, National Institute of Urban Affairs. Dr. Rutul Joshi, senior associate professor and faculty of planning and head, Center for Environment Planning and Technology. This session will be moderated by Ms. Khushbu Taneja. So I would invite Ms. Khushbu on the stage. She is Associate Landscape Architect at Oasis Design Incorporation. Thank you, everyone. And now I would hand over to Ms. Khushbu. Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. I would like to start by thanking Adri and Dr. Mitra for having us all to be able to bring all the experts in one room and have such a great eye-opening session. Allow me to start this discussion round with a quote from Jean Gale. First, we shape the cities, and then our cities shape us. 12,000 years ago, when hunter-gatherers started farming, that was when we Homo sapiens started to shape our cities for the sake of storing, trading, and protecting our community. Historically, our cities were intuitively planned near the river, respecting the ways of nature. So when the industrial age came in, that was when our cities developed more and there was an increase in the transportation needs. That was when the vision for shaping our cities was shifted. It was basically reduced to a single fold vision from people centric to car centric. Now, in order to make or remake our cities for the users, from a user perspective, we must strive to create an image of the city that is green, that is accessible, and actually does justice to the physical and the historical context. As per the book Restorative Cities by Jenny Rowe and Leila McKay, urban design actually has a direct link to our mental well-being, and good urban design practices improve our cognitive health. It helps to regulate stress and promote social and emotional well-being. Integrating people and nature with urban design practices should be our goal when we have gotten so many urban designers on the stage here. On that note, I would like to request Mr. Das to start with our panel discussion. Over a period, the guidelines like URD, PFI have helped us to shape our cities. So I simply wanted to ask you, these are the tools that we've used. I just simply wanted to ask you that how do these guidelines make an impact to shaping our cities, like I said, and how can these further help us to reshape our urban city architecture?
Thank you, Khushbu. I think you have raised a very important point, and I was always of the opinion that, URD PFI guidelines are good as a starting point, and for greenfield cities, they may be applicable because they have certain breakups for tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. But to apply URD PFI directly in existing old cities, like in most metros in India, it's very difficult. And India, is so diverse. The cities are all different. So we need to develop our own guideline based on URD PFI guidelines. You take any city, and if you analyze the breakup of land use, you'll see that there are large shortfalls in terms of, other than Delhi, of course, shortfalls in terms of, roads and green spaces. And the URDPFA does not specify that in a residential zone what should be the ideal breakup of, EWS, LIG, MIG. But in Indian cities, you can't do without EWS and LIG and MIG. So how do you decide on the breakup? That, will vary from city to city, and you really cannot decide on that. It's an ongoing process. You continuously have to change and evolve yourself. I mean, depending on the demand from time to time, and it keeps changing. So each city, I believe, has to develop their own set of guidelines based on URPIFI, because that cannot be applied straight away. There are two areas in most large urban centers in tier 1 cities in India. These are, natural features like a river running across the city, and, large slum areas. I will not touch these slum areas in today's discussion, but I would like to discuss something about the riverfronts that we have in many of our cities, especially in the east. We have Guwahati, we have Calcutta, we have Patna. And the interesting thing is that, in India, a river never really runs through a city. The city always grows from the edge of the river. Whereas if you look at other cities in Asian countries and Europe, and also in the US, a river runs through a city. The advantage is that both sides of the river belong to the city, therefore they can form guidelines, and these two can be tied up. But other than Calcutta, I mean, no other city has anything on the other side. Calcutta, of course, has a different city. It's an industrial town like Howrah, which has grown on the other side. And the link between the two cities initially came from the fact that the railway station, Howrah station, was built in 1854 on the other side of the river because it could not cross. So the river typically in an Indian city, large Indian city, forms the edge of the city. And, when there is an edge of an urban city in India, and typically, there are fringe areas, there are squatter settlements, unauthorized settlements growing over, which are always, neglected by the city authorities. Now, if you analyze the urban areas, and if you analyze the land use breakup, then here is the scope, if you redevelop the riverfronts of all the cities, that you can really create, interesting open spaces and interesting cultural spaces. Talking about cultural spaces, I would like to point out that this is one major flaw in URDPFI guidelines, that they club culture with entertainment or, recreational areas, but which is not true for any Indian city. There has to be a land use breakup target for, cultural spaces. Every city needs cultural spaces, and if you planning a cultural space in a capital city, it is more, in most cases, like a district level facility. For instance, if you have a stadium in a city, the stadium is actually not for the city, it's a district level facility. So similarly, there has to be a hierarchy of these cultural facilities in a city, where the riverfront of any city plays a great role if can be designed properly. And I designed the Calcutta riverfront in 2006, where, I mean, during the study, I realized that there's a lot of scope of, not only new, taking care of all the shortfalls in the city, at least some of the shortfalls in the city of open spaces, of cultural spaces, but also to give back something to the city, where, the city, most cities have their backyards toward the city, other than some areas in Guwahati, in Calcutta, and maybe in Patna. But normally the city has over the years turned its back towards the riverfront. But it can be just the opposite. I mean, the city can actually really start from the river, and it can be a very thriving space for all kinds of activities, and that needs to be taken account in all the urban design plans of our cities. Coming to the urban design plan, I will just touch upon one point, that urban design is still urban design and landscape. These are two very neglected subjects in eastern part of the country. After we design everything, we call urban landscape designers and say that we have these leftover spaces. Can you do something? That's not the way to go about it. So I think the time has come to look at urban design and landscape design at a city level, not at a local level, uh, so that really can transform our city. Our cities are not planned for pedestrians anymore. All cities, you'll realize, that are planned for uh, vehicular movement. But we need to think differently. We have to think like the European cities, where in spite of their climate, I mean, European cities are gradually going pro pedestrian. And there is a strong case for Indian cities also, where we can create pedestrian plazas, we can create pedestrian pathways. I mean, not only at the ground level, but elevated also. I was also part of one project in Calcutta where, Calcutta has, if you talk about Greater Calcutta, it has two major railway stations, Howrah across the river, and then Sialda, which is inside the city. There was a proposal, it's just a study, it did not materialize, that what happens if we have an elevated walkway from Sialda station to the central part of Calcutta. As the crow flies, the distance is not much. In the center of the city to Lalasi Square is about 4 kilometers. And if you walk about 2 kilometers, you reach most of the office areas. So at least when people are coming back home, they can, instead of waiting for a bus in a climate like Calcutta, changing modes of transport 2, 3 times and reaching Sialda station, they can at least get onto an elevated walkway which can be designed properly. It need not be just a walkway, and people can reach Sialda station in maybe 20, 30 minutes, which is the time which normally takes to reach from Dalhousie to Sialda station anyway. There must be similar cases in all tier 1 cities where there is a strong case of creating spaces and interlinked spaces for pedestrian walkways. So when we look at the new urban design proposals for all our major tier 1 cities, I think there is a strong case for redeveloping these spaces like the riverfronts, creating new urban plazas, urban walkways, and connections throughout the cities, and uh, uh, correcting some of the disbalances in the land use breakup of all our cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das. You have a little time left for your slot, so I just wanted to ask you, can you please shed a little more light on when you said that every city should have their own set of guidelines as per the context? Because I think contextual guidelines are extremely important, because like everybody here is agreeing that each city has a different character, has a different type of river. Each river is meandering in its own way, and all the cities are going organically. So I think that is a thing that we should talk more about. So could you just tell me a little more about it?
I would start with, deciding on a proper hierarchy of all these spaces. I mean, be it open space or even creating cultural spaces, depending on the way a particular region uses its cultural spaces or open spaces. We have to, design these open spaces. Yesterday, we were discussing about some open spaces in Delhi where, only older people and younger children can use, but people who want to engage in active sports, they cannot use those spaces. Now, if you talk about recreation, there are two types of recreation. One is passive, one is active. Obviously, for active recreation, we need larger spaces. And for passive recreation, we need different kind of open spaces with different kind of landscaping. Now, when we decide on a hierarchy, we have to be very, very sensitive about where do we place these active recreation spaces and the passive recreation spaces. Passive recreation, I would say, will belong to a neighborhood or a small area. And for active recreation, it can belong to a larger area. So similarly for cultural spaces also, I mean, cultural spaces are something that if some event is happening, like let's say a film festival or a theater festival, it can invite people from many parts of the city or even from the districts outside. So therefore, you need spaces where simple things like people can park their car, change of mode of transport and other things. Where will they come from? How will they come here? Where will they leave when the program gets over? So cultural space at times becomes a city level or a district level facility. So when you decide about the hierarchy and the space requirement, you have to be very sensitive about the design, which I think is missing in most cities. So that is one way of looking at it.
Thank you. You also wanted to talk about adaptive reuse of heritage properties as cultural venues, which is kind of an extension when you're talking about the hierarchy of cultural spaces.
Yes.
So,
In many cities like Calcutta, we have large areas which are more than 200, 300 years old, and we have large number of heritage buildings there. I'm sure in other major cities it's the same. And when we restore and conserve an old building and allow some amount of new development, the carbon footprint is much less than when we build a new facility. So it's much easier. There are a large number of examples abroad that they have converted these old buildings into cultural spaces and for commercial use as well. So I think there's a strong case for all our cities where the special rules can be created, special zones can be created. We are now in the process of declaring the Dalhousie Square area of Calcutta into a heritage precinct. We are formulating different laws for these old heritage precincts, Dalhousie Square being the first, where a large number of heritage properties exist, and we are formulating laws as to how they will be developed or how demolishing these structures should be restricted. If you do that, then the city can be revived in many ways. There are derelict buildings which are lying vacant. In fact, our other problem in India is overlapping of jurisdiction. The riverfront in Calcutta, for instance, there is jurisdiction of Calcutta Port Trust, Calcutta Corporation, Calcutta Electric Supply, PWD, and many others. So Calcutta Port Trust had once floated a tender for redevelopment of the warehouses. There are old heritage warehouses names after Strand, Clive, Wellesley, and many others. These are beautiful structures. Strand warehouse, of course, burned down partially because of a fire, but still it can be restored. And these are beautiful properties, high ceiling and solid brick structures. And out of about 12 such warehouses, 4 of them are declared heritage properties, which can be redeveloped. And this can add to the development of the riverfront. I mean, riverfront is not a safe place to go now, but it used to be something different 40 years ago. I remember in my younger days when people used to take visitors to the riverfront because it was a place to be. But that gradually changed over the years, and now it's considered unsafe. So after 6 o'clock, after sundown, nobody goes there. It need not be like that. A city has a river, and it's an asset. I remember when Charles Correa authored that Indian urbanization primer, that 2-volume book, I think, and the report. It talked a lot about reviving the riverfronts of all the Indian cities. So in fact, he was the person who started this Calcutta Riverfront project, where I was a part. And when I studied, I also studied the riverfronts of all the other cities and realized that even cities like Bangkok and in others in Japan and many other, Japan, of course, is a developed country, but many other underdeveloped countries have really developed the riverfront and made it a thriving cultural space.
thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Das. To take this discussion to the next step, I would like to invite Professor Rutul Joshi to carry this forward. Through this panel, he aims to dive into some of the nuances of urban issues that we are here to talk about and that are vital to reach the pragmatic resolutions. In his own words, he believes that we owe it to our existing cities to fix the broken planning systems with increased investments that are required in urban infrastructure. Over to you. Can somebody play his
Okay. So I am going to try and compress a lot of ideas into short time. One disclaimer, I'm not an urban designer. I'm an urban planner who loves urban design. And I think that urban design and urban planning has a lot of convergences rather than divergences. And we have to think with both the hats. I'm going to present about 7 provocations or 7 ideas. Uh, Actually, each one of them could be a 1 hour lecture each. So I'm just going to use 7 minutes to present all of them, just to sort of throw open a lot of issues. Out of these 7 ideas, 2 are related to urban planning and other 5 are squarely in the field of urban design. So let's just dive in. Number one, I think what we need to do in our cities through planning, and this is the one where planning has an important role, is to plan a complete and a clean road network. This should be the minimum expectation from any development plan or any plan. Once you have the road, then you can lay down the infrastructure, you can redesign the street, you can build BRT, metro, whatever it is. But for that, we required the road network and the state of our cities. We are just discussing about Bhopal and Patna. The implementation of road network itself, a lot of cities struggle with. Bhopal had sort of 10% implementation of roads from the development plan, and that creates the mess, and that also creates the traffic situation that we have. I'm giving you an example of Ahmedabad. This is how Ahmedabad's road network was at one point in time, in early 90s, and from there through number of development plans and through town planning scheme, now we have a sort of a fairly decent road network. It's work in progress, and when I say road network, it also means bridges and connectors, not necessarily flyovers. And then on top of that, you lay down the public transport, and then you will start seeing different layers of the network. But what is required here is to think, do a more of network thinking rather than corridor thinking. A lot of our urban projects are limited to designing few kilometers of cycle tracks, few kilometers of footpaths. And what we need is really networks and not just few corridors of them. We can learn from our antiquities. Jaipur, which is like a textbook of urban design, in my view, shows us that hierarchy of streets, and something that all of us that we need to learn from. This is some of our existing cities. Bangalore's worst traffic jam is also because of bad road network. Sometimes our cities are something which is left over between the planned colonies, and that is the kind of planning system that we really need to change. This is a metro station in Bangalore, and you can see that this is your 350 crore per kilometer infrastructure. The only way to access the metro station is through one highway, which takes you from Bangalore to Mysore. It has a lot of traffic. It's very difficult to cross the road. And on top of that, you have a metro station. You can imagine the issue of accessibility that people with different age groups, different gender would be facing to access the metro station. And that's why it's very important that we fix this before we start planning huge infrastructure projects like this. And that's why we need to complete the network, plan for accessibility, and even if our development plans sometimes do not do other things, I think this is something as a first rule we should do. That's number one. Number two, let's divide the city in two parts. Generally, in a lot of cities, 40% of land is under public land. That is also sometimes included institutional, public, etc. And out of which 15 to 20% is supposed to be roads. In some cities, it is less. This is where I see a great scope for urban design. This is what we really need to design. What is in public realm, what is under the government, this is what we need to design. And that starts by designing footpaths and streets, and both balance out the brownfield and greenfield. Our planning in India, unfortunately, is slightly more biased towards the periphery and the greenfield planning, because we are always in sort of sense of scarcity, that we don't have enough land, we need to accommodate people, and that's why we keep on planning the periphery. And that's why now, have almost 50-60 years of rapid urbanization, our inner city areas are suffering. And that's why brownfield urban development becomes extremely important for us. I'm using this cartoon just to sort of make that point, that we required a sort of a different kind of imagination to work with our inner city areas as well. Every city has done that. I wish we had pictures of, other cities, even Mumbai like this, where we can document this. And over a period of time, the urban land gets recycled. And that is extremely important. Please use this as a symbolic image, and you can probably imagine a lot of the cities around us also doing the same thing. Faster we recycle the land, or if we have better mechanism to do that, it's better for our cities. In Ahmedabad, we have this mechanism called local area planning. Again, I'm not saying that it's perfect. What is important there is the building frontages are basically you get the space in front of the building in lieu of giving them higher FAR, and that frontage can be used for urban design and for expanding the public realm. For example, you see the space between from here to the Hotel Panache, which could easily be a walkable area, but given the parking and haphazard development in each plot doing their own thing, we don't have that system. And I think we need to put in place that system. It becomes extremely important part of urban design. And then, of course, designing the complete street with Indian constraint of there'll be street vendors, there'll be parking, there'll be all kind of activities, but we still need wider footpaths, at least walkable corridor clear of 4 feet. And then the footpath could be wider to accommodate other activities. And this is something which is extremely important. It costs less. It does not require great technology, but this is where we need to put our money and efforts. Now, the third point is the 60% of the land which is in private land. And here is something we have to work with soft hand. We need to focus more on the public side. On private side, it's better that we have an incentive structure rather than restrictive structure. And that is where we need to sort of rethink of the kind of building bylaws and the regulations that we have. Our current bylaws, when we put them together across the entire city, we realize that there's a huge amount of space which is wasted as marginal open spaces. And imagine the 60% of the land which is private, out of which 50 to 60% of land goes in margin and open spaces. There are better ways to managing light, ventilation, fire safety, etc. When in margins and setbacks, your parked vehicle, no fire hydrant will be able to go around it. So it's not a question of so it's not practical either, but we do that. Imagine cities like Mumbai, where land is so expensive and we still waste away 50 to 60% of land in these small slivers. Sorry. This is in Ahmedabad. This is in Mumbai as well. There's a lot of space, and we need to really rethink the use of this kind of margin spaces that we have routinely. Mumbai itself gives us an interesting example of Ballard Estate in Fort area, where there is a much better utilization of margin and open spaces. And some of those spaces are collected into the center, and you can have larger courtyard or even parking areas are possible there. And that's why, again, our building regulations will need to change to accommodate this. There are a lot of cities around the world which does this, that they sort of combine and agglomerate all the open spaces into the center. And whereas on a building edge periphery, you can imagine a building like this would also have parking. So they have underground parking, fire safety, etc., etc. Okay, this is Barcelona. It has wide footpaths, built to age buildings, not too tall, and they are all built to age without margin and setback, and you still have light ventilation, fire safety, actually better fire safety than a lot of our buildings here. So what we are saying is that we have street-oriented buildings, at least in the commercial and the mixed land use. In residential area, you might have a very different kind of architecture, and promote the diversity of design. Today morning, we are discussing the creative freedoms that the architect should enjoy, and they should not design a sort of templatized building. And that is extremely important. And that's where we should talk about promoting new building typologies. In Ahmedabad, here is an example of one commercial building where with arcades, which are now changed in the building bylaws. So now they made arcades, they made thoroughfares, they've broken the form. And we are trying to experiment with some of those building typologies, something that needs to be replicated elsewhere. This sets a new level of problem. How do we connect the two arcades between the buildings and what levels they should be connected, etc. But still, I mean, those are the problem for the for the next time. Meanwhile, we should just try and get some of these things in place. I'm giving example from Singapore, where there is an interesting concept. This is Capita Spring building right in the city center. There, and you can see on the plan, there's something called city room. That's an open space which is given out to the city. Anybody can sit around here. It becomes part of your urban fabric. So these are privately owned public spaces. So it's not necessary that you always have to create public spaces out of public land. You can also make incentives like this. This kind of spaces will be outside FAR. So they are not part of your FAR calculation. This building has no compound walls, no margins, no setbacks, and it works perfectly fine. And if you don't like Singapore example, if you think that we should look back at the tradition, let's look at Jaipur again. You can see that there are shops below, there are houses above, no margin setbacks, and it has a very nice interplay of privacy and sort of an urban form. And also Fort Mumbai is an interesting example of urban design that we should copy today. Yeah, so reimagine the building typologies. Think of sharing spaces between the buildings. Khushbu started with Jan Gehl's quote. One of his important work is life between buildings. And our regulation should allow this kind of life to be shared between the building out of a mutual sort of convenience. Now, fifth, and this is an important one, and there are a lot of economists in the forum here. So I would say that our current parking practices, we have an economic problem, we don't have an enforcement problem. And the economic problem is following. If there is a demand to park in front of this hotel, that demand is tied with the location. Okay. If there is a demand to park inside the hotel, that demand is tied with the location. When I say parking is real estate, what I mean is parking is location, location, location. Okay. That's why when you want to mitigate the demand outside the hotel, you can't increase the supply inside the hotel. Okay. You have to manage the demand at that location. And I think this fundamental flaw of the way in which we think about our parking policy, that every time we have chaos on the street, we increase the supply of parking inside the building. It simply doesn't make economic sense. Okay. And I think that is something that we need to change. Before we get into the enforcement problem, we have to get the other E out, which is economics. And if we get that right, then probably we'll be able to get the parking right. So if your parking outside on the street is 20 rupees and parking inside is 10 rupees, then people will be encouraged to go or free, then people will be encouraged to park inside. And in that sense, we have to think of parking only as a location problem. It is not so much of a supply problem. Okay. And that's why, now, why am I talking about this as an urban design issue? Because the biggest problem that we have, which we have seen in front of these two hotels, is which hinders the walkability in our cities, is the parking. And that's why we need to tackle it with economics. There are also cities around the world where you can hire this kind of spaces for at a price. So like you can also hire parking, you can also hire a place in front of somebody's business and pay the rent to the municipal council like that. We have some of those initiatives are already being taken by the private sector. It's a time of sort of, encourage them and provide privately owned parking services. Okay. But again, all of that would work only if parking outside on the street would be more expensive than the parking inside. And that's the sort of policy change that we need to take. And the second last one is really about economic freedom and about creative freedom. Our building bylaws sometimes are so much designed with control mentality that we need to remember that we are intervening in the private realm, and you have a limited power. You have a weak enforcement. You don't have a great state capacity. And that's why it becomes extremely important that we have incentive model of building bylaws where you respect other people's right to their property and then work with them with soft hand. If you want to make connection between building, incentivize it. Okay. And that's why we need to sort of have a larger urban planning reform agenda of flexible FAR, flexible land use, and we need to reform our DCRs. It's a long topic. I'm just sort of putting it here only as an idea. And then last and not the least is the principle of investing in public realm. We have very little investment in public realm, whereas our government is always interested in making money out of private realm. Now, the issue there is unless you invest in public realm, you won't be able to make money out of private realm. There are two ways in which, so we all talk about land value capture, transfer of development right, etc., etc. There are two ways in which you can create value before capturing it. One is through design, better urban design and better architectural design. And secondly, through access. Whenever you give these two things, the value will increase. That's the way you capture it. But the state cannot be predatory and say that I'm going to capture the value without really giving you the public infrastructure. And I think that's the balance that we really need to change completely. And that's pretty much my last point. Sorry if I've taken more time, but here are the 7 principles, and thank you very much. Yeah, just very quick self-promotion. Our book is available to download for free, where a lot of these ideas are sort of listed. So please feel free to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Moving this discussion forward, I would like to request architect Nishant Lal to take the stage. As a distinguished designer with some fabulous projects in your kitty from various domains, how I just wanted to ask you that how can design practices, or rather what design principles that we can stick on too tight to try when we are trying to resolving some of these magnanimous urban issues? Also, if you can tell us how can we bring ecological and soft approaches as part of green infrastructure when we are talking about solving our urban issues?
Thank you, Khushbu. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Professor Sinha, Professor Mitra, and Adri. I'm an urban designer, and the 20 years I've practiced, 10 years I've been in the US, and 10 years, a little more in India. And my role has been on implementation of urban design. So we and our team acts as a bridge from urban policy and certain special ideas to be implemented at a local level and architecture scale. So here I'll just give you a sample of a few summary points which are important, that we are talking a lot of general ideas and economic issues, and how we are trying to actually approach some of this at a city scale. The first idea is, when we are talking urbanization issues in India, we have to understand the geographical context. It is a very unique geographical area. The Ganga Basin is very unique. All the cities in the Deccan areas are very unique. Coastal cities are very unique, and they're very different. So at some point, we'll have to cross the threshold of talking of these areas in a more detail. Second is, design is a process where we can understand a little bit of granularity. A lot of people are talking about this approach, that we are talking general issues. However, there's a learning which is on the ground. So that's very important. We've been very big involved in the idea of the science of the city. This is mostly a feedback from our teaching at School of Planning and Architecture and other research work, where we rely highly on 3D tools and simulation tools to inform design. And I think without that, Indian urbanism, with all the toolkits available, it's very difficult to use without understanding the local context and using these softwares. I think the fourth thing is, which is very important, is an equitable distribution of all these urban design projects, which are sometimes quite large and are location centric in one part of the city. And using the idea of public space, I will just demonstrate you one project. The last is, we are facing a huge climate change impact in all cities. We have seen economists talking about it. And we have to really reach out to the natural capital of cities, which is if we were to assign an economic value to the nature areas, they would be actually quite productive. So that thinking is called natural capital of cities. To put this in some perspective, when we build, we take up small areas for implementation, and these are even considered by one economist who says we probably overvalue the inventor of something brand new and undervalue continuous improvement. So when we are talking about urbanization in India, we should also see, oh, there is a small stage moves to all these ideas, and where do they happen? What is the timeline? Cities in Ganga Basin is an ongoing research and project area, which where it's a very diverse area. About 600 million people live in this map from Delhi to Dhaka, and it's a very historically very rich. It also has one of the huge pollution challenges and air quality challenges. So you've seen that 600 million, and the government actually is now trying to do a lot of river centric planning. So our cities are based on rivers, around the rivers. So that's very important to take. And the key, I would say, I'll go back to a slide from a graphic design specialist from MIT. He said the first chapter was escaping flatland. There's so much terrain, even in Delhi, the difference of terrain is hardly 25 meters, but water collects quite a lot. So while we are doing this, while urbanization is happening, escaping this whole concept of it's not one map which is just flat. That's very important. So between science and imagination is what Khushbu asked, that urban design is also a field where Rutul also said that we should give some freedom, and I think the freedom we are looking is working with people, looking at the ideas, talking to them, and how do we facilitate some of these ideas. And again, I'll use this visual graphic by Alexander van Humboldt, who climbed the mountain while thinking about ecology at different layers. This is a 16th century map which he actually made. The term ecology actually comes from him. And it's from a great book called Invention of Science. The small caveat which lies in all our cities, we are overlooking our vacant areas, which are infill areas, leftover spaces of government land also. We actually have a lot of opportunity for design and urban design. And these are some images which we've worked in projects abroad with other firms. And it's possible to do that in India too. We've worked in projects in India where we've tried to look at a lot of these. One thing which is quite pertinent right now, this is what we are trying to say about the heat maps. This is a map of Delhi with an overlap map from IIT Delhi on the left, which was a graph, and we try to spatially overlap it in the college. Thankful to the team at the Urban Design Department at SPA. And that leads to many pedagogical ways to think about urban design. I'll just give you a sample. There was a talk about informal labor. The right photo is from Sindh, and that literally was called Dhak Bazaar, covered market. And the seats actually are wooden. This is 200 years old. The seats are wooden seats where labor sits during the day. And this Dhak Bazaar was a street leading from India to, towards Afghanistan. That street would lead in, and there'll be carriers, there'll be traders, actually was sitting all there. It was literally called Dhak Bazaar. So there are, as Rutul showed, there is Jaipur, there are many examples. Once we have to reach out to some of the covered streets is one of our core focus in some of the projects. So it's a very important, and also it gives equitable space access. In summary, we are saying this is a World Bank report which says hidden wealth of cities, which is public spaces. It's a document. I encourage everybody to reach out. It talks about how cities can change with looking at these micro samples of some small level changes. Some approaches we've done in Karol Bagh in Delhi, small pause points with Anuj, who was here yesterday. Project we've done with Akash's team in Delhi about revitalizing infrastructure on Yamuna into cultural spaces. And a small project which we are doing now, which actually sums up our latest, it's on the coast. It's the westernmost front of India. It's surrounded by sea all around. While doing urban design, while doing architecture, we have taken up ecology as a first step. So I said, we can't leave landscape and ecology at the end, because this area gets so much water, and we have sort of mapped out water flow from laser surveys and all. And we're carrying out local level. These are plants which are harvested from the forests. And as a sample, this is a building made from reviving 200 years of stone masonry. So all the ideas are being followed through a scalar approach to what we're initially trying to do. This project was part of the National Capital Symposium at Stanford University earlier this summer. I will leave you with about 15 slides of what for Patna, because we are in Patna. It's historically a very special city. It's always been at the confluence of three major rivers. And I think we've lost connect to those ideas which form our cities. So we were part of this initiative from the World Bank when they gave $40 million to revive the urban riverfront of river while doing sewage treatment plants a little south of inland. So on the front, we basically tried to connect all the fragmented pieces of land with a 6-meter walkway. It was completed. It started in 2015. It was started being used sporadically in parts from then. It got connected in 2020, and then it was 2 years of lockdown. And I'm told there were 1 million people over the year uses it. During Chhat, it is used a lot. So currently, it's one of the most used spaces in informal use of public use. The reason I'm putting this map is when we start doing any talk about urbanization, we are all nested in very unique and I can't underestimate or overestimate. It's just so important. And to factor that that geo thinking a little bit further, these are old pictures of Patna. This is the map of Patna, which, with 3-4 rivers coming in. Just to factor that thinking, I'll leave you with one thing. Nepal provinces, districts are actually called as per watersheds. So Kathmandu, it is in Bagmati province district. We have a Gandaki province. So we have a Kosi province. So the idea is that everybody is aware of the watershed. So I think water management, East India has one of the largest, most amount of potable water for when the population is increasing. So that is very important for us to understand. So this is the map of Patna where the 7 kilometers of pedestrian walkway was done. And I'll just go quickly over it. These are drawings of the Dutch architecture, which has been on the riverfront. And this is just sort of a rendering, but that's where it's a small level sliver space of about 20 meters, which was just taken, where actual construction just happened on 5 meters space, which led to a change from dumping and and refuse and areas which were not really used into a more public front. And this small level change continued for the 7 kilometers, and now we have a sort of a pedestrian space which is used in the evenings. It's very heavy use in some areas around the colleges, which you see. So these are the areas which are planned. All of these areas have been painted, hand painted with artists, which is also very interesting. This is during Chhat in 2015. This is a World Bank post of this photo. It was the first place to be sort of revitalized, cleaned up dump, and then there's a small amphitheater there. And then we have 3 buildings which are now being sort of fitted after the lockdown to be really opened up for public. All public use is a crematorium. And this initiative got a merit award in urban design from American Institute of Architects International Chapter. So this is just how sampling of works we've been involved and the teaching works we've been doing. Thanks again.
Thank you, Nishant, for a very interesting, insightful presentation. Finally, our last panelist, Ms. Kanak Tiwari. Ma'am, you specialized in tending to complex urban challenges, and you have been a bridge between almost a lot of government bodies and also stakeholders. So I simply wanted to ask you that what does it take? What does it take to go beyond different disciplines and get these policies get up and working on site?
Thank you, Khushbu. Thank you, all of you. In the sessions in the morning, I saw that a lot of people over here are not urban designers and or urban planners. And so I thought I'll make a couple of slides where I could just, speak about what urban design is, although the 3 speakers before me must have definitely made it clear. I thank Audrey for this kind of mix audience and mix of speakers because it's very important. The economists are writing about urbanization and urban in a particular way, which is very different from what we spatial, like professionals think about it. So if these kind of mixed gatherings are there, we will get to learn more about each other's work. So thank you very much, Adri, for this. And I'll just tell you what the burning issues, as the session is called, of urban design are in India. So urban design is basically an estranged cousin of planning. So you will hear of what urban planners are everywhere. The government of India talks about urban planners. The high level committee report of the government of India talks about urban planners, how much shortage there is of urban planners. But nobody speaks of urban design, despite the fact we saw how important it is. Then I am an urban designer. However, my whole life of 20, professional life of 20 years, I have worked as an urban planner. And nobody knew the difference. It's because of the education of urban design. It starts with understanding the plan of a city. And then you come down to the scale of the local level where you are actually designing streets, designing the experience of people of spaces in the city. So what happens is I could sort of act as an urban planner, and I did it with flying colors, to be a little immodest. But if an urban planner who doesn't love urban design like Rutul is to act as an urban designer, it would be very difficult because urban planning education does not have any elements of urban design in it. So these are the basic burning issues. The second is a broken bridge. Now, Nishan talked about, this is the first lesson of urban design. We enter as students of urban design, we're given the 10 definitions of urban design. Imagine your profession has these 10 major functions that it plays, the roles that it plays. So the first one was the bridge between architecture and planning. And as Nishan said, urban design talks about what is happening between buildings. So there are buildings in the city all across, and then there is space between the building. Now, it could either have garbage, it could either have dark spaces, or it could be something, it could be designed as a usable space. So that is where urban design enters. However, that is a broken bridge right now. We were also told that urban designers are the connecting link between multiple disciplines, multiple professionals. So if you get to a project site, it is urban design, it is an urban designer that will bring together the planner's vision for the city, and the local level engineers, landscape architects, everybody could get together because urban designer has the understanding of all scales. However, that is also not recognized. It's only starting to be recognized, which is a good thing in our country. And the third thing was, of course, the third dimension. So urban designers are taught to visualize the third dimension. How will this place look? If we are looking at the city, there's so many different places. In Patna, there may be an old marketplace, or there may be the riverfront. They will both have different characters. So can you visualize what would the people like to do in these spaces? That is what an urban designer's job is. So if these functions are understood better, probably urban design will get more recognition. The third is, everybody spoke about older cities, the three previous speakers. You think of Old Delhi, Shahjahanabad, think of Jaipur, think of all of these cities, or even urban villages like Haus Khas in Delhi, if you all are aware of them. Now, these are vibrant places. You love going there, you love going to eat over there, you love going there with friends, families. And these are all made on principles of urban design that we are taught in urban design courses. And those principles are right there. So it has been a successful formula historically. However, we need to reactivate it for new demands. And Khushbu said that because we changed into an automobile-centric society, that made a big change in the kind of way we look at designing cities. It did. But can we now relook at it? Can we rethink about how urban design can respond to the new needs. And uh, uh, if you've heard of the Sustainable Development Goals or the Paris Agreement, all of these commitments, NDCs, that India has ratified to, the development ethos right now talks about all of the imperatives that we were told will be, the final outcomes of urban design being applied. Vibrant, livable cities, sustainable cities, inclusive cities. So all of this can be achieved through urban design. So now, when it's such a powerful instrument, why don't we use it more often? Why are there very sporadic islands of excellence across cities? Like you'll find one, Mila Architects design riverfront development in Patna. Why isn't the entire city of Patna a delight to be in? And so similarly for other cities too. So these sporadic, I would say, um, uh, islands of design and excellence happen because sometimes there are architects, politicians, or people in decision-making positions who have the vision to do this. So they are sporadic, but they are not translating from a national level policy. But the good news is that very recently, if you look at policies that are coming up in the urban sector, the national focus has matured into, there is a national level TOD policy, which is transit oriented development. You must have heard of it in the transport session yesterday. Form-based codes are being talked about, which Rutul also spoke about. There is, in fact, now a guideline by the ministry which talks about form-based codes being applied for Indian railway stations. So it's a standard, but it'll change contextually. So 90 railway stations across India will have urban design form-based codes. Street design, compact city planning, area-based development, which happened through smart cities. I'm not sure which project happened in Patna through it, but the smart cities mission was a great missionary for urban design, I would say, because all the area development plans, most of them employed urban designers for the first time. Otherwise, you look at TORs of big projects in cities that are floated by municipalities of cities, there are only urban planners and engineers mentioned in that. So for the first time, the smart city mission has taken urban design forward. So how can we press the play button for urban design to now, sing its song? It's also very important because somebody spoke about how important it is in India. Imagine that 90% of urbanization in the world up till 2050 will take place in Asia and Africa. And 35% of this 90% will be accounted for by Nigeria, India, and China. So imagine the number of people that are going to increase in cities, and therefore the number of burning challenges that this session is called are going to increase. And therefore these solutions have to be employed even more, I would say, with even more urgency. Also, one of the speakers spoke about the unique urbanism. So India can also be like a lighthouse. Indian cities can be lighthouse cities to show the global south that we have a very unique, complex urbanism. So probably our tools and instruments to tackle with the issues will also be slightly different. They will need to be designed differently. With that, I come to the concluding part, although there are 3 slides in this, but it's very important to realize that this is now the time for urban design. You all must have heard of the Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act of India, under which for a long time, any development authority or any government agency could acquire land, develop it, and then dispose of it, sell it off. That has been revised, and eminent domain under that has been redefined, which means now no development authority, except of course for the National Highway Authority of India or maybe the metro, is allowed to acquire large swaths of land and develop them, which means now very small private-led pooling of land is going to become the norm for greenfield development, for development outside in the vacant lands outside the city. So these are going to be smaller developments, which are the scale of urban design. And therefore, it is now the time for urban design. The second thing is, what about the cities that are inside? One of the speakers spoke about rebuilding, how it is important to rebuild and how difficult it is. Imagine all the central parts of cities. Look at Patna, look at Delhi. The central parts of these cities, 40 years old and a building is called dangerous. And so which means that most of our cities are in the dangerous zone where the built environment is risky, needs to be refurbished, needs to be renewed and regenerated. Here is again where how will you get if two siblings cannot decide between two properties, one above the other, cannot have consensus on that, how to get together, pool together properties and land in the middle of the city to actually redevelop them. So this is what is now being tried by master plans across cities, in a few cities, like we tried in Delhi. I had the opportunity to lead the master plan from my organization, National Institute of Urban Affairs, in collaboration with the Delhi Development Authority. And we have tried to formulate a policy for regeneration of inner city areas so that urban design principles can be applied. And when new areas are redeveloped, they are not redeveloped into unsustainable forms. So, whether most of you know this or not, urban design was a chapter in the previous master plan and many master plans across the country. It is a chapter which says, oh, well, our city should look like this. That's it. Doesn't do anything. So for the first time, this chapter doesn't exist in the current master plan because it permeates through every policy and development control. So this is the last slide. I can, talk. Have I crossed my limit? 2, 3 more. Okay. So if you look at this, this is the map of Delhi. The outer periphery, which is light green, is the area which is remaining with Delhi. All around this, Delhi is a landlocked city, which means around this is Gurgaon, Faridabad, Noida, Ghaziabad, and Delhi cannot develop anymore. This is the last bit of land. Of course, this bit of land is approximately equivalent to 3 Chandigarhs, but still the last bit of land. And that is where the land pooling policy will apply. Delhi Development Authority cannot acquire land anymore. Private landowners with land ranging from half an acre to many, many acres have to get together, pool land, and build according to the sectors that have been laid out by the DDA. I won't get into the GDA, Green Development Area Policy. The regeneration policy applies to the rest of Delhi, which you see in the middle. The yellow and the colorful part is where the regeneration policy will apply, which is generally the whole of Delhi. So how important it is. Also, I would like to mention the TOD policy. Now, the transit-oriented development policy is applicable on 24 strategic nodes. The red points that you see are representative of that across the city. Now, this is a sort of 80-hectare area around the metro station, which will be developed. Over here, we have chosen these because there's already vacant land there or there is government land there. So just wanting to show how the master plan tried to integrate urban design principles in every policy. So you see, these are the spatial development policies, these 4. These sort of intermeshed with the 6 priority areas of the master plan of Delhi, which you see on the top left-hand corner. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, improving house and social, all the regular usual stuff, the usual suspects that any master plan would cover. So for each of these areas, there was a vision for the master plan. So I'm just showing you one example. If we cross one vision imperative, which is environmental sustainability, with one spatial development policy, that is TOD, and we cross it with urban design principles in it, which is the table that you see over here. So under putting environment first, these are on the left side of the table, these are the imperatives or these are the visions that were there. pollution-free Delhi, resilience towards impact of climate change, heating, flooding, etc., increase per capita green, improve conditions for biodiversity to flourish, and menu of options for Delhiites to enjoy nature and a variety of active and passive recreation spaces. Now, these were the imperatives that Delhi Master Plan has put forward. At local area level, when TOD, transit-oriented development zone plan is created, these are the regulations on the right side. These are the urban design regulations that will allow for these imperatives to be translated on ground. So this is just a demonstration to show you that there has been some effort put into this. Of course, this master plan is not notified as yet. And like all Delhi master plans, it is delayed. But this effort was put into the formulation of the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kanak. I'm elated to see very fresh imperatives that were incorporated in the master plan. I think we should start off with the questions. I'll start. My question is to Professor Rutul, sorry. In the first point that you made in your presentation, which was very condensed and efficient, by the way. So you touched upon hierarchy of streets. So just for the sake of discussion, if you could just tell us that what importance hierarchy of streets will hold when we are talking about on an urban level.
Right. So, I mean, what I would insist is more than the hierarchy to begin with, let's get the road network in place. Ideally with a hierarchy of streets, but sometimes due to some local conditions, even if you can't achieve the hierarchy, whether or not you have ring radial grid development, whatever may be the form and shape of the network, but as long as you get a clean network, and what I mean by network is if you want to go from point A to point B, you should have at least 2-3 options. Sometimes even if it goes through narrow roads, it's fine to begin with. So I have a very, very low benchmark here that before we achieve hierarchy of street, let's achieve about 15-20% of roads, space under roads, and let's get the network right. And that's true not only for road network, any other projects that we do, whether we do green blue infrastructure, whether we do walking, cycling planning, public transport planning, let's focus on networks and not on few corridors. Yeah, that's the central point.
So yeah, having options while moving is the key point. Okay, so question from the audience.
Hello. This is for Professor Rutul, actually. You mentioned the planning of the bylaws that Barcelona is following, and you also started with the topic of how we should get our road network straight. Another thing that Barcelona has done is the 15-minute city. And do you think that the road network, before even sorting out the road network, we have to allocate the places people should go to, like give them options of separate point Bs from point A, and then see if that can incorporate how people in Europe give so much importance to walking, and then do the road networking, or first the road network and then allocate these point Bs?
Yeah. So just to sort of take that network point forward, now that Barcelona Barcelona, this city was planned in mid 19th century by an engineer, terrific plan. They put in place the network and then allowed different buildings to be developed. And in last 150 years, lot of land use changes have taken place. Okay, so in that sense, it was a robust plan which allowed transformation. Actually, most of the building which we see in Barcelona today, if you go by the 19th century standard, they are all encroachments. Okay, but even with those encroachments, I mean, they've achieved a sort of a very interesting city. Now that they have network, now they are making super blocks out of it, where they are saying that allow vehicles only on the periphery and the inner street becomes more friendly to walking, cycling, and green infrastructure. So all of these things are possible provided you have the network in place. Germany is also making those kind of super blocks kind of a planning in Berlin and other cities. So yes, I mean all of those things are happening. Now coming to 15-minute city, I think that we should not really micromanage a 15-minute city. City has a much larger organizational logic. So we should not force upon a city a 15-minute kind of an idea. Rather, I would say that if it is, even if it's a half an hour city, if you travel for 30, 40 minutes one way commute in a city and achieve more number of jobs, it is a good city. Okay. So there is a idea of a 1 hour commute, and slightly more than that also, it is still, if your city can achieve that, because sometimes what happens in the city is that there are much more specialized jobs, okay, whether they are informal sector or even in the formal sector, and you need to give options to people in a city rather than to restrict their options in the name of control land use and stuff like that. So that's how I would think about it.
Okay. Yeah, this is for a general question I'm asking, particularly Kanak's presentation on master plan. What do you think, Kanak? Is it is preconditions to have master plan, or what is the importance of master plan vis-a-vis the urban design of placemaking? I think I'm just intervening also that we should not look for a great master plan to have first and then do the placemaking. It should be rather, parallel or vice versa. Otherwise, it looks like a constraint that if there's no master plan, there's no urban design. That cannot be a situation. So, and most of our small, medium towns don't have even master plan concept in place, but urban design principles are working perfectly fine there. What do you think on it? Thank you.
I completely agree with you. One is not dependent on the other, except for the fact that in our country, master plan is a powerful document. It's the only statutory document that sort of gives that legal, thappa to any project. So when the problem is with the implementation, a master plan actually needs to be, it could be a 4-page document. I believe that the master plan is just a guidance document which sort of lays out the principles and which lays out the vision of the city, but it is the implementation of the master plan at local level, and it is that translation of the vision that is required. So the necessity of the plan is for the fact that right now it is the only recognized statutory instrument in our country, but it's not necessary for other projects to happen. I mean, the master plan of Patna probably did not decide that there needed to be a riverfront development at that particular location. It happened because the municipality was also taking its unilateral decisions on small projects. But then वो sporadic ही रह जाते हैं, whereas the master plan would help tie up and sort of increase the scale of the impact. Yeah, thanks.
Hello. May I? Well, this is an open question. Actually, all our big cities, metropolis or megalopolis, whatever, we have to deal with the hawkers or the street vendors because they are very important for our city. And wherever you go, they have or they don't have an option or to encroach the pavements or the pedestrian crossings and everything. So how you are thinking about them, how to place them exactly in the position where we will have spaces for walking or cycling or whatever the urban spaces that is important for us. And also they also will have proper spaces so that they can continue with their job, what they are doing, the business. Please.
Okay, so I have one question to Ms. Konuk Tiwari. So you have mentioned that in Smart City Mission, there is a great scope for urban designers to make cities, to make design in the urban area. So as we know that Smart City Mission has three component. One is the redevelopment and other one is the retrofitting. So my question is, even in reality, what we see is that the cities who have been applied, most of the cases, the area-based developments, either, my question is to, do you, what is your experience with regards to the implementations of these area-based development plans, retrofitting plans? What are the challenges they are facing? In fact, I have one experience with regards to this area-based development, especially with regards to Bhadedora. Vadodara city is a where this area-based development plan have been implemented in slum area, and there was a challenges with regard to the resettlement and mainly resettlement challenges. So, what is your experience with this regard, especially the other cities? I just wanted to know that.
Let's answer the hawker question first, Mr. Das.
Yes,
And then Mr. Joshi
hawkers are
can
there
answer.
in all Asian cities, and in a way they increase, safety on streets. In fact, Jane Jacobs had commented once that she feels safer in Asian cities where, hawkers are allowed rather than Times Square in New York. So if in a controlled way, I think hawkers should be allowed in all streets.
Was how to place them, because they are important for our
You have to
city.
plan for it. You have to plan for it. You have to prepare a plan where, the hawkers have a separate zone and the pedestrians have a separate zone. And you should not allow them to gradually encroach the pedestrians area like it normally happens.
No, my specific question, I know HITCO had been doing a lot of work in our cities and it was wonderful, unimaginable. But the thing is that like the skywalk, Tokinesho skywalk that we from KMDA, it was planned. And we have put some of the hawkers in those skywalks and they were planning. My question is, if we, like, planning will be there, but if we have to accept the fact that they will have to encroach the places, the pedestrians or the open spaces that we have, is it possible to align them in a specific way such that the space problem is also addressed and their business also goes on?
No, of course. I mean, some sort of control mechanism has to be there. I mean, if you think of normal buildings, I design a building and I get a sanction for a 4-story building. Now, if I keep adding one floor every year, that has to be controlled by the authorities. So it's the same with others.
Can I add to that? So, I mean, there are some very interesting urban design projects in India where they've tried to integrate hawkers as part of their design. So there is one in Chennai, there is one in Ahmedabad, a place called Law Garden where, they have tried to do that. Now, I think hawking and parking are very much related. You are using public space for a private use or for a private transactional value. And in that sense, one would like to believe that it should cost. Right now, the trouble with the hawkers is that the cost is going in the informal economy, in the black economy, rather than coming to the city. Because if you formalize the fact that there is a transaction, then you can organize them. And I think it's very important, and many hawkers will be actually ready to pay the rent for their space and legitimize themselves, rather than saying that they are illegal and everybody looks the other way is not a good way. So both from the design point of view as well as from the regulation point of view, we should normalize hawking on our street, have policy where they pay for certain rent officially, rent the space which comes with its own rules and regulations of dustbins and hygiene and stuff like that. And one more example that I would like to give, which comes from Singapore. I'm not saying that we do that, but they have a concept of hawker center. Okay, so at some point in time in Singapore, they collected all the hawkers and put them in on the ground floor spaces where anybody in the afternoon or actually throughout the day can go and have a meal there, etc. They become a sort of a food plaza in the middle of the city. Okay, now that's one model, but the reason I'm connecting it to the parking, because of location specificity. There is a demand for that location. You put them into a building or in a plot nearby, it will not work and they will come back. So I think we have to be sensitive to the location specificity and demand of the spot.
Also, when you're doing urban design in India, there is a national vendor policy you have to follow. And during stakeholder meetings or any government approvals, you have to show how you have followed it. It usually means by leaving a hawker zone of 2 meters. It's a design issue. It's also a very interesting design issue in a micro scale. Industrial designers doing it. Anuj, who was here yesterday, he tried a very novel approach in Karol Bagh where he got a team to design those kiosks, shaded kiosks. So it is a quite interesting field, and it's a design discipline in itself. Old temple towns in Tamil Nadu, Madurai, Hampi, they all had hawking at levels based, step based levels. So they are also a sort of a micro design issue of how hawking can happen. Thank you.
There is one example on Russell Street in Calcutta, if you're familiar with Park Street area, where Calcutta Corporation started making formal arrangement. Actually, they are building stalls for the hawkers. And the hawkers would like it because, they end up paying a huge amount of hafta to the local politician and the police. And the rent and the electricity bill that they would pay is much less. And they would have a regular authorized space. Although they are encroaching on the footpath, so people do not have space to walk. So that is against the pedestrians, but it's a noble effort nonetheless. Construction is complete.
I just want to add one more thing to that urban design and master plan question. There is a very interesting paradigm in the South American cities of Curitiba, Bogota, Medellin, which faces very economic disparities. So they have come up with a term called urban acupuncture, where it is quite understood that the master planning has a timeline which sort of percolates after certain rounds of growth. So urban acupuncture is meant to provide urban design and pedestrian design and cultural spaces, libraries, schools in spaces of marginal economic areas. So slum retrofitting and all these ideas are very novel ideas from South American urbanism. Thank you.
Thank you. There is one question directed at Ms. Kanak. We've all actually exceeded our time. So
Yes, so I'll just be very quick. We can discuss later on. So the Smart Cities mission in getting urban design into the foray of things has been very successful. Whether all projects have been implemented or not, or have faced difficulties, is something I would not be able to say. But I do know that most of the retrofitting and conservative surgery approaches that area-based development plans have adopted have been successful. There have been successful projects I've seen across India in smart cities. But if any project required, shifting of people from one place to the other, it has definitely hit snags and not really moved forward. So I've seen that generally of the projects that I am aware of.
Can I take in
yeah, last question.
Yeah, thank you. So to the panel open, when we talk about master planning and there are institutional users and park users, and the master plan also talks about creating, like what Rutul was saying, a network plan for a road network. So similarly now, when you're looking at TOD as a policy around the metro, is there, when we say TOD, obviously you want to prioritize walking, and in your policy or in your master plan, do you specify if there is a large holding, whether it's a park or an institutional campus like an IIT or a JNU, for instance, where we have 1,000 acres of landlocked in a campus, and how we can kind of ensure that people can cut across rather than having to go all around. And especially like, for instance, in Delhi, we've been working on cases where the metro has come in on parkland along the ring road, but the civilization or the habitation is beyond the park. And because the park doesn't facilitate that connection, people have to go all around. So it kind of defeats the whole intent. What Kanak, you said, like in the master plan you would enshrine at least the vision of how the city should go. And similarly, like I read in the master plan, in the previous one at least, there was this whole talk about creating infiltration topography for the city to be able to manage its stormwater. Um, Again, I mean, that's a beautiful concept, but how do we get it on ground? What are the implementation? Because the challenges, like the parks are so sacred to the parks department. I mean, whatever the city authorities be, for them to even open up the park in terms of accessibility is the issue, and to get them to receive the waters from the adjoining roads, that's a tall ask in my reading. So if you can throw some light, I mean, this is more like uh, technical guidance that I'm looking for from the esteemed panel. Thank you.
I think coming from the park side, I mean, since we also have worked on projects together, recently what we've seen in some of the parks are sort of sacred, and they are sort of an institutional history of horticultural staff who is trained in that area, and that institutional capacity is not easy to hire. I mean, one thing we are realizing now when you're managing urban spaces, it's not an easy job to hire and site-specific people. If they don't know where water collects, they don't know where these hazards are in such large areas. So some engineers actually have knowledge, which is an institutional, become an sort of an institution. Like, some of the spaces they are almost like heritage parks. So that's a little difficult to cut. And I feel using the metro stops as an anchor to do the connection is not an easy fix, because I think the location of metros is not urban designed. It's plopped onto land availability. So it's back thinking. So if they were designed with these forces of people where they could do at the other end of the park, where they could really not need to cut through the park, it would have been better. But land availability was not there. So using the metro as an anchor to link is a tricky uphill task. Maybe I think better design facilities, if like cities which are doing metro now, if they don't follow the same principles which other large cities have done, big metro stations and large architecture on top. So they also become very large heat sinks. So again, same with the roads. Our research is telling us roads in Delhi are one of the biggest heat sinks. If they're not shaded, so I think that's where planners, urban designers have to really share data, talk to each other. It all makes sense in sort of theoretical aspect, but roads actually become very hot. Cars become very hot. 40% of India will transact on the roads. Vendors will be on the roads. So it has to be really seen as a micro scale design issue also.
I'll just say one thing about the walking thing, because you asked that first. The good news is this time the master plan does talk about cutting across big properties so as to not go around it. However, there is a preferably there. So it's not mandatory, because ultimately it'll be private property or a property owned by an organization, and they have to be amenable to the idea to allow that. But at least the plan does say it. The other thing is that alongside the plan, we also developed a walkability strategy for Delhi, where officers from every zone in Delhi proposed an area where walkability needed to be enhanced. So in that walkability strategy, these particular issues that you're saying, stormwater drainage to pedestrian, movement, all of these have been included in that. Although that's not, that's an annexure in the master plan, I think, but that was not part of the master plan as such. We did that alongside. So hopefully the ideas will permeate through.
And if I can quickly add, I think probably what Nishant and Kanak said in a slightly different way. So one is that city makes master plan, but then there are certain function which routinely needs to be done. Like if you see currently, routinely we make flyovers, whether or not they are in master plan, whether or not they are part of the policy, right? So there are certain things which happens routinely without much thinking about planning, blueprint, policy, etc. I think blue-green infrastructure, walkability, street design should become those kind of programs, routine things which happens. You don't require a project to do certain things on few kilometers here and there. And I think that's where we need to bring the urban governance level to, that rather than projectification of urban infrastructure is routinely built and upgraded. Then I think probably we'll be able to achieve better quality of life.
I have only one thing to add here. When we study urban design, we study about structure plans. But in India, we always see, master plans and development plans being done by all the cities. And in the process, we have completely forgotten about making a structure plan because we're dealing with existing cities. If we talk about the basic structure of a city, then we can decide what to do with it, how to improve. And, I firmly believe that sitting in an office preparing a structure plan or a master plan of an entire city is impossible and should be done away with. The main planners in the development office should design a structure plan and then leave it to individual boroughs or wards or planning areas in which they can have separate urban designers or urban planners who can design those wards in a micro scale. Because if the planning exercise in the structure plan level says that I want a road to cut through your ward from this point to this point, the local urban designer can always say we will do it, but we'll do it this way because that will help the ward. So that micro level planning has to integrate with the overall vision. Otherwise, the way we design Indian cities, I think we should do away with that.
So that brings us to the end of our session. To wrap it up, I would just add a few song lyrics that I listened to this morning, which said that you can take a man out of city, but you cannot take a city out of a man. So our cities directly impact our mental psyche. So let's build for people. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for this insightful discussion. Now we are having the last session of the conference, and we have some presentations on air quality. So I would like to invite Ms. Adanya Mahajan and Mr. Arunesh Karkun on the stage. They are the senior research associates from Sustainable Future Collaborative, and this session will be moderated. The session will be moderated by Mr. Anshuman Kumar. So I request Mr. Anshuman to please be on stage. We have another speaker, Professor Suresh Pandya, who is joining us through online. So I request Anshuman to please hand over this session.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And we are at the last session for our two-day conference on urban challenges. And in this session, we will focus on air quality. And we have two researchers from Sustainable Futures Collaborative, Ms. Ananya Mahajan and Mr. Arunesh Karkun. Ananya holds a position of Senior Research Associate at Sustainable Future Collaborative. Her research focuses on understanding the health and economic impact of air pollution, as well as studying how environmental governance can be improved. Her broader research interests have been on decentralized environmental governance and sustainable development. And Arunesh is a senior research associate at Sustainable Future Collaborative in New Delhi. His work primarily involves researching air quality governance, especially focusing on analyzing the regulatory and policy aspect of air quality management. He has been delving into the issues pertaining to electric mobility and climate policy. So to begin with this session, I now invite um, both of them to be on stage and present their presentation. Okay.
Can I request? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to thank Adri and Professor Mitra for this opportunity. We're going to be presenting on cities as the foci for air quality action. And this is going to be based on lessons from 20 years of air pollution policy. So starting off, I'd like to talk about why air pollution is a problem in India. As we know, it is a year-round problem and it's also a nationwide problem. So if you turn your attention to the map on the right side, you'll basically see that while the problem is concentrated in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, the red zones that you see, essentially, we also see that it is a problem across the other parts of the country as well. And while the national ambient air quality standards set the safe limit at 40 micrograms per meter cube, so you'll essentially see all the zones which are yellow, orange, and red. Those are all states which have averages in 2021 which are above the safe levels, essentially. And we see that over 2 million deaths in India in the year 2019 can be attributed to air pollution. It's also the highest risk factor for all deaths and disabilities in the country. And interestingly, there has been new evidence to show that even in cities with low levels of air pollution, we also see a large number of deaths. And this essentially shows that there are it can be attributed to some extent to the harvesting effect. So it essentially shows that there are risks involved even at low levels of air pollution. And lastly, there's also evidence to show that long-term exposure has links to elevated blood pressure levels. If we zoom into Bihar, essentially what we see is it does have a very large number of polluted cities. Last year, Begusarai was listed as the most polluted city in the world for based on average PM 2.5 levels. And this is based on the IQ Air World Report, which is written by a Swiss agency. And in addition to Begusarai, Siwan, Saharsa, and Katihar also featured amongst the top 10 most polluted cities in India. So all this to say that it is a very pertinent issue right here. And if you, again, turn your attention to the figure on the right side, you'll essentially see the bar on top, which says air pollution. This essentially shows that air pollution is the highest risk factor responsible for deaths in Bihar in the year of 2021. Over 18% of all deaths in Bihar were attributable to air pollution in 2021. And of when we look at air pollution as a problem in this state, household air pollution was a very major factor in mortality attribution. And we know this, this is very common with usage of biomass and biofuels, biomass for cooking. And there's also a 2021 source apportionment study that was conducted by Adri and Terry. And we looked at the report and we saw that there are several sectors in Patna that contribute to ambient PM 2.5. And this includes transport, biomass, and other secondary particulates. So we now look at what the policy response to this problem has been in the country. And we have essentially divided this into 3 different categories. The main thing I want to caveat here is that the air pollution policy response in India has been very city-centric. And this is for 2 main reasons, in fact, 3. One is that cities are, of course, the hub of industrialization and economic activity. 2 is that it's also the hub of the transport networks. And 3 is that the largest demand for air pollution action has come from cities. So the first generation of policy responses has been largely driven by PILs, public interest litigations, and has been largely ad hoc. And this starts from in the early 90s, where we had the transition to CNG of public transport from diesel. And then there was also the relocation of brick kilns out. This is more in the National Capital Territory, where a lot of brick kilns were relocated outside the NCT and into further more rural areas. And there was also the shutdown of industries and thermal power plants in the region. The second generation was a lot more sort of selective in terms of what they were targeting, and they also targeted specific sectors. So the first amongst this was the pet coke ban, which was essentially the ban on low quality coal, mostly utilized by MSMEs. And then the second was in 2020 when there was leapfrogging from the BS4 emission norms to the BS6 emission norms, entirely skipping BS5 as we recognize the need for having more strict emission norms. And the third was the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, essentially looking at how, which increased access to LPG stoves and fuel in over 90 million households in the country. And the third latest generation of policy response has been, again, very city-centric and more scattergun. So this is the main policy under this is the NCAP and the 15th Finance Commission. So under these, over 19,000 crores of funds were provided to over 131 cities. And each of these cities developed city action plans in order to utilize these funds and essentially develop strategies to mitigate air pollution. This also then leads into the Graded Response Action Plan, which is again specific to Delhi and the National Capital Region. And these are essentially reactive actions which are taken in response to air quality levels. Usually they coincide with the extremes in the winter season. And lastly, we have a bunch of silver bullets essentially, which are things like smog towers and smog guns and water sprinklers and a very quick responses to crop residue management and such. So of these, I want to focus the most on the National Clean Air Program and the 15th Finance Commission. This was launched, this was a program launched in 2019 with the objective of reducing particulate matter levels by 40% by 2025-26. And as you see here, these 131 cities are spread across the country. So while we, of course, usually tend to think of it as a sort of North India specific winter problem, what we actually see here is that it's quite widespread. And these cities were selected based on population levels and also based on the pollution levels in these countries over the past 5 years before 2019. And if these cities had violated pollution levels consistently for 5 years, they were made part of the program. So when we look at the implementation of the NCAP and the 15th FC, the responsibility of implementing the program lies with urban local bodies at the local level. At the state level, it's the state pollution control boards and relevant state departments. At the national level, it's the CPCB and the relevant ministries. If we break down the NCAP and the 15th FC, under the NCAP, there have been over 1,600 crores, which have been allocated to 82 non-attainment cities, of which 51% has been utilized. Under the 15th FC, the figure is a lot higher. It's about 8,900 crores, which have been allocated to 49 cities. And of this, 67% has been utilized. Due to the focus of NCAP on PM10, which are the larger particles of pollutants, mostly dust, the city action plans also tend to target road dust, biomass burning, and vehicular emissions. And this is also largely because of the fact that the urban local bodies in each of these cities already had the technical know-how on managing dust. They did not really have the monitoring capacity and the technical capacity to take on tackling PM 2.5, which is why also the monitoring of NCAP, as we see, focuses a lot more on PM10 concentrations. There's also the Swachh Vayu Sarvekshan, which monitors the number of policy actions that were taken under NCAP. So this is also a sort of confusing thing for urban local bodies because there are different performance metrics that they have to sort of keep track of. And lastly, I also want to talk about how higher density monitoring networks are required for increased accuracy of pollution data. So essentially, we cannot rely on a very bare bones monitoring network because they will have issues like downtime, and there will be location bias as to if the monitors are placed in cleaner regions, they will show lower readings. I'll talk about this more later. And so now that we've spoken a lot about the policies, I want to talk about what has worked as an outcome of these policies. So firstly, as an outcome, we see that the policy space has drastically expanded. There's been a lot more decentralization through the city action plans. Of course, the funding has increased a lot, and there's been, an unprecedented amount of money which has been put into air pollution action. There is, of course, a lot more awareness about the issue. Over lunch, we were speaking with someone who was also talking about how the boards which display the air quality values have made air pollution information a lot more accessible to the public. It's not just limited to academics anymore. And it has also led to increased monitoring capacity, which is very important for our country because these monitors now exist in areas where they didn't exist before. So the problem, people are waking up to the scale of the problem. And of course, low-cost sensors, which are a very new thing, if deployed, can also expand the ability to cover urban and peri-urban areas. And also, as I mentioned, increased access to pollution data. And lastly, the creation of new institutions such as the Commission for Air Quality Management, which tries to tackle air pollution at a regional level. And I also now want to bring your attention to the main crux of these policies, which is the NCAP is trying to look at, lower PM concentrations. So this is a table essentially of the 10 most polluted cities in 2019, the year that the NCAP was launched. What you see, before we get into what these tables are talking about, I want to give you the reference of the safe limit for PM 2.5 as per the National Ambient Air Quality Standards is 40 micrograms per meter cube. And as per the World Health Organization is 5 micrograms per meter cube. So 5 micrograms per meter cube is very, very aspirational. So in the interim, the WHO has also set targets that countries like ours can meet progressively. So if you turn your attention essentially to the fourth column, you see the PM 2.5 and PM 10 below readings respectively for 2022. So what you see here is that since 2019, there has been a definite reduction in PM concentrations across the board. And while that's a wonderful thing, what we also can see if we compare it to the safe levels is that it's definitely not enough. And I also just want to caveat, cities like Varanasi and Kanpur, for example, have monitors which are placed in academic institutions, and these were done for academic purposes. So, of course, the readings we see here are in some ways biased, but I'll also give you the example of, say, Anand Vihar terminus in Delhi, where those monitors were set up for the purpose of monitoring pollution due to traffic. And so those monitors will consistently always show the highest pollution levels. So this all goes to show that it is very important to have a dense monitoring network when we even want to think about comparisons across cities. I'm now going to hand over to Arunesh, who will talk more about the institutions that tackle air pollution.
Hello. Yeah. So from here, we are going to look at the regulatory capacity and the frontline regulators, and quite literally the frontline regulators who deal with the enforcement and monitoring and all of that at the ground level are the state pollution control boards and the pollution control committees, as they are known in union territories. The NCAP funds are channeled through the SPCBs, and for the 15th FC grants, they're channeled through state finance departments to ULBs. SPCBs and ULBs generally try to coordinate, and the reporting on the actions and the reporting on NCAP is done on supposed to be done on a coordinated basis. Air quality management is also notably just one amongst several other things that SPCBs have to deal with. These are 50-year-old organizations that were developed to deal with 2 or 3 problems. They were initially water boards, then air was added, then the EP Act was added, and now you have waste, electronic waste, plastics, all kinds of things, while the structures have largely remained the same. So how are these critical institutions faring? We took a closer look at 9 SPCBs in and around the Indo-Gangetic Plain because of its significance, and also the Delhi Pollution Control Committee. And here are some figures. So what you're looking at here is basically the posts overall in in these various states. It's across 4 years from 2020 to 2024. The data sources are all government, either mostly through self-reporting from the CPCB or through NGT responses that the boards have filed. And in one case from our project where we had asked specifically via RTIs. And on the left side, you have a percentage vacancy, which sort of gives you a trend of how things have changed over the years. And on the right, you can have like a sense of the total number of posts. And you can see some states are much larger than the other. In general, vacancy rates have remained largely unchanged. The far right, you can see the overall value. The only reason why there's a slight dip is because Rajasthan and Jharkhand have not reported the latest numbers, and they're both like on higher than the average. So in all probability, we'll see absolutely no change over a 4-year period. High vacancies are also present in technical positions, which are really, really important because those are the people who actually do the work on the ground. So environmental engineers and scientist positions remain vacant. Permanent staff hiring is very difficult due to a number of reasons. There are court cases that are filed often. There are some political reasons because of which this doesn't happen. So ultimately, what happens is you have a lot of contract workers who step in, and they are not really adequate substitutes, not least because they don't have the sort of legal sanction to do a number of things that permanent staff can actually do. And there's also like quite a lot of attrition rate, and it's not a very attractive job in many states because it's state adjacent, so you don't get a lot of perks in several states. And as a nutshell, as a result of that, in a nutshell, institutional continuity for these very, very critical institutions struggle. So knowledge doesn't get passed down. It's sort of people work even after retirement, for a few years with no pay, just because there's no way to hire new people. The next slide is just a look at the board itself, the governing board for each SPCB, and this is across these states. You can see that the representation on the boards is largely comprised of government departments, public sector, and industry representatives. There's very limited to no representation from civil society, academia, public health, and the medical community, which is very important given what they're supposed to be doing. And we also analyze certain states' minutes of the meeting minutes. They're not very easily available, but where available, we did analyze them. and the discussions were largely extremely routine, and seemed like the board wasn't really taking an active interest in more technical things. Um, and this is now just a quick look at the leadership. So this is the last 5 position holders for chairpersons. So here's we have Bihar and Chhattisgarh. So the idea here is to just show you, although there is no legal requirement in terms of a tenure length, the there is the Supreme Court sort of asked state pollution control boards to come up with some recruitment rules. This was primarily because there was challenge about the technical capacity and capability of the leadership of boards, and often they were found to be lacking. As a result of that, many states have fixed it at 3 years, but as you can see, it's a wide variation, and there's a clear preference for civil servants. That's also because it's easier for them to sort of negotiate the nexus of the state when they are heading these officials. It just makes things a lot easier. Technical experts are very rare, and there also these chairs hold several positions alongside SPCB. So it's just part of their larger portfolio, which really divides their attention and makes it very difficult for them to handle this extremely difficult task. Um, this is for the member secretaries. The member secretaries, the story is essentially the same, just that the member secretaries are effectively the CEOs. They actually do the day-to-day running, and they're the technical people. And full-time is actually a legal requirement as per the AIR Act here. But we found that in some states that was not being followed either. And finally,
couple of minutes.
yeah. Finally, this is a look at the fund utilization. So we analyzed the finances of these institutions, and so the contrary to what you would imagine, and this is what is popularly heard, is that there's no money and all of that. In their books, they hold a lot of money. It is just that they are not free to really spend that money. They are not able to spend that money, and infrastructure initiative to spend on infrastructure development and research. The motivation for that is low, and it is it's just a result of a lack of functional autonomy, and also the inflow of funds is generally challenging. It varies from year to year. Some programs come in and come out, so it's not consistent. So hence they're a little apprehensive to spend the money that they hold in reserve. So what does that really lead us to? And coming back to urban local bodies, uh, there's urban local bodies have basically struggled to utilize funds. Some of that is bureaucratic, but largely it is also because the absorptive capacity needed at that level requires technical knowledge that is simply not present. And because of that, even and because of the shortage that we pointed out, and PCBs were supposed to be providing that technical capacity, it's supporting the SPCBs, but PCBs themselves don't really have that. So we're left with a situation where not much can be done beyond what is being done right now, which is focusing on dust and focus on more visible actions. More importantly, it's a collaborative thing to manage air quality, but ULBs often lack the convening power, which is often very required to get anything done. We've over the course of the last few days, we've heard how much coordination is required to get even small things done, and air quality is a pretty major thing. Cuts across sectors. So these kind of bureaucratic and procedural hurdles in funds and grant management can also uh, cause delays, and NCAP also given to them. So that is potentially a problem as well for many cities. And this is pretty much why these funds remain underutilized, and ULB is sort of resolve uh, health risk. And in the previous panel, we again discussed how urbanization is increasing. Actually, the number is scary: 814 million, or 50% of India will be living in cities. That is the projections that we have here. And but it's also an opportunity for smaller cities where there is less of a lock-in, and it's in line with the theory of a transformative role for finance that ULBs sort of can use, and that was the envisioning of the 50th Finance Commission, and also the contextual actions and effective monitoring that are needed for cities to have effective action plans require them to be grounding and like having some understanding of sources of pollution. And the health benefits are obviously large because of the sheer numbers. And focus on cities, however, at the end of it, should not take away from the regional and national nature.
And as Arunesh concluded with talking about how the focus on cities is important, but we do need to think about cities as being placed in regions. And this is important because very often, as we have seen in Delhi, always obey administrative boundaries, which is why the role of coordination across jurisdictions and across sectors and institutions is very important. The CAQM for the NCR is a start. Very important thing is a health risk associated with it, and also on the toxicity of the pollutants themselves. And I think the recent evidence I was talking about that talks about even mortality at low levels of air pollution brings to light the fact that we also need to be focusing on small of air. Uh, what will actually change and sort of put an end to the issue. So I'd like to end here. And yeah, thank you very much.
Ananya, and thank you. He will be joining us online. Can we have a Zoom on screen? Professor Suresh Pandian is an associate professor in Department of Environmental Science and at Indian Institute of Association, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, American Chemistry Society, Columbus, Ohio. His research interests have been on air pollution and vehicular emission inventory and dispersion modeling. Sir, can you hear me?
Thank you very much for the introduction. Am I audible? For last few minutes, I am facing some break in internet connectivity from your end, probably. Can you confirm me that I am audible?
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I hear you.
Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. So I express my thanks to Professor Ajit Sinha, sir, Director ADRI, for inviting me to deliver a talk in this wonderful conference. So the topic of my talk is on review on management of resuspended road dust. So I have also included a small overview on the other aspect of the emission that causes concern to the air quality, which is the vehicular exhaust emission. So I had divided this talk into two sections. The first one to talk about the resuspended dust. The second part is about a small overview on control of vehicular exhaust emission. Next slide, please. The major concern, at the beginning, some of the gaseous pollutants were the major concern in 60s, 70s, or maybe beginning of 80s. Later on, the attention was moved towards the particulate matter, especially the aerodynamic diameter less than 10 micron meter and less than 2.5 micron meter in size. So the several research studies in terms of emission inventory results as well as the source apportionment studies conducted for cities revealed the information that the major contributor to the ambient air quality issue, the common source was found to be the top 2 or 3 source. This resuspended road dust is commonly found in the top category. Next slide, please. So this is the study conducted for over a Bangalore city, and you can see a pie chart that is showing the results, the various sources contributing for PM10 and PM2.5, and you can see that when it comes down to the ambient PM10, the soil and road dust source nearly contributed for 51% of the total ambient PM10. When we talk about the results for the PM2.5, its contribution comes second after the sources of this transportation. That means the fuel combustion in vehicles like exhaust emissions.
Audible.
Is there any problem in audibility?
Now it's okay. Can continue.
Okay. So you can see there are several sources. So the reason why I wanted to pay attention to this particular topic is that it's very clear from these kind of results. So next slide, please. You can see that in these slides across the various sites, the same results have been confirmed when the research was conducted across multiple sites for the same city, and still this road dust is one of the major contributing source. The next slide, please. Yeah, next please. I think is there an interruption? So then, I took a report study conducted by Terry in 2021 for Patna city, because this is being happening in Patna now. So there is a results, the similar study conducted for Patna city across 2 seasons. Now the results are divided across 2 seasons. Then we get much more detailed insight into it. If you see that, during the summer, its contribution to the PM10 is about 57%. When it is in the winter season, its contribution has come down from 57% to 30% for Patna city. And then, when we talk about PM 2.5, its contribution is about 29%. And secondary particulates estimated to be the major source of this ambient PM10 2.5, that is roughly about 38% during the winter season. So one can see that, it dominates in the dry periods in season. Next slide, please. I think there is an interruption. I don't see slides moving in Zoom meeting. Am I audible?
So you are audible. Yeah.
Please move to slide number 7. Maybe the slides movement is not visible on my screen. Please keep it in slide number 7. Yeah. So now coming to this, the topic of study, that is resuspension of this road dust. So the basic, what is the basic definition? So, I mean, there are several sources contributing to it. So when it comes down to the second point, you can see comes down to the, we call it as a non-exhaust emission, because whatever is, the PM is also contributed from the fuel combustion in the engines of the automobiles. So neglecting that part, the second component is the non-exhaust emissions. You can see, like, the wear of the road surface. It could be of asphalt and concrete, and you can see that the automobile body parts like the brakes, tires, they can also wear. They are with the continual use, so they also add the contribution to this road dust. And you can see that, the matter that deposited on the surface, top of the surface of the road, there is always a chance of the deposited on the floor of the road can re-entrain back to the atmosphere, right? So that's what that's when we call it as a resuspension. So I mean, the factors that induce this phenomena, majorly, like a force has to be applied on a particle. I mean, there is a terminology called settling velocity, or the three forces acting upon a particle, the condition for under when the particle becomes airborne. So we say that, like when the drag force and buoyancy force acting upon a particle overcomes the gravitational force, that's when we say the particle is in airborne. So in similar terms, we try to put the same analogy to the settled silt matters on the top of the road surface. When continuous movement of a vehicles induce a turbulence, right? So we call it as either vehicle wake factor or vehicle induced turbulence, creating this shear stress, right, by the rotation of the wheels. So now the additional lift is given to the particle on the floor, which becomes re-entrainment into the ambient air. That's how we call it as a resuspension. So I mean, the matter that becomes the airborne, several names are given to it, like road sediments, road deposited sediments, or street dust, or road dust. So please move on to slide number 8. And now trying to expand what has been told in the previous slide, like the science behind the upliftment of the particles, right? So there is a concept called the threshold velocity. When the velocity applied on a particle beyond this threshold, then it's being uplifted, right? So upliftment velocity, the similar term towards the entrainment. And now you can see the rolling of wheels of the vehicles impart a force to the surface that pulverizes the roadbed material and ejects the particle from the shearing force, as well as by the turbulence created by the moving object behind of it. So the wake, we call it as. So these two things put together, the ensures that, the particle becomes airborne. So the strength of emissions from an unpaved roads depends upon a range of other physical parameters, that what type of the vehicles moving on the road, and, like the characteristics of the wake, and and the motorway is a dominant source of these coarse mode particles produced by abrasion process of tires, brake linings, and then like strict surface and by resuspension and dispersion of the particle on the roadways. Please move to the slide number 9. These road deposited sediments get pulverized. That means over the time period, I mean, there is chance of gradually the decline in the fine particles. So even if they are defined as in the category of silt to the passing through a sieve when you collect in a per unit area, right, and collect all the dust, and then that's how you try to find out the silt loading rate, which is expressed in mass of the silt per unit area, right, per time, right? And if that parameters gets you much more better idea, and accumulation of that silt loading rate is the major concern, because the presence of that silt loading rate is the key raw material for this entire process. Now you can see from different studies by the other researchers, so they have given the minimum airspeed needed to be in the range, so that which increases the probability of this uplifting of the particles. So they defined the airspeed to be greater than at least from 8 meter per second to ranging to the 15 meter per second. So I mean the variety of particles and their physiology is also considered. Please move on to slide number 10. So now in this figure, what you see is that the various, the US EPA has provided the emission inventory equation to mathematically quantify. So there are two ways. One way is that, like what we measure through the instrument is, that does not ensure that what we measure is only comes from the resuspended road dust. What we measure is that it comes from all the possible sources, whatever is there, right? So now the physical parameters that responsible for this resuspended dust emission is broadly divided into three categories. One is vehicle related, the other one is road related, the third one is the weather related. So what you see, the separate equations are written for a different size of the particulate matter, like for at least for PM10 and 2.5. And in vehicle related, what you see is that at what speed, the traveling speed of a vehicle, right, greater the vehicle speed, the greater the chance of resuspension. And then the weight of the vehicle, similarly the heavy duty vehicles basically weigh more than the other types of vehicle, and that also increases the probability of the resuspension. Then you can see the other parameters related to the type of tires and the aerodynamic, I mean structure, shape of the vehicle type. And now under road related parameters, you can see the most influencing parameter is this silt loading rate, and then you see the volumetric flow rate of the vehicle, I mean number of vehicles using the given road network per unit amount of time. And then you see the length of the section, like then you see the type which material the road surface was made up of. And then in weather related, what you see is that the extra the forces that act upon a road surface particle is like the wind speed, or the number of rainy days, because the wetness on the presence of moisture, right, the other parameter after the silt loading rate, is also performed experimentally for a given study area in order to quantify mathematically the road resuspended emission. And then the number of rainy days gives you idea about the wetness, because the dry season you saw the other results, right? During the summer season, its contribution was found to be very highest compared to the winter, when the fuel combustion derivatives replaced the road dust to be the chief contributor to the PM, right? Overall PM measured in ambient. So these are the parameters that influence. And please move on to the next slide, slide number 11. Yeah. So like the most of the points, like I covered during the last slide, and you can see the similar is been mentioned over here in statements. this is the, I mean, if it is the industrial unpaved roads, easily the silt loading rate was found to be very high compared to that of paved roads. The, I mean, types of pavement, the paved roads or unpaved roads. So even if it is a paved road, but inside the industry premises, then the material, that the raw material or finished products, that go into the industry and taken out of the industry by the moving truckers or other type of vehicles. Basically, the leakage of the materials that they carry also becomes evident and additionally get added to the silt loading rate. In an otherwise case, like the unpaved road dust.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I hear you.
So we have a couple of minutes to wrap up on the session.
Okay, okay, okay. So now, then. Could you move on to the slide number 15 then in that case? I mean, I have listed the conventional management measures that are adopted to reduce this resuspended road dust. I mean, it ranges from, the simple spraying of the water, and then, the regular maintenance of the road surface. Like they do it annually, especially during the winter period, and then mechanical sweeping of the road dust, which is also, the part of the NCAP program, where the initial fund was spent on purchasing those mechanical sweeping machines. And then, like there are contradictory results. The methods that are applicable by the wet methods are found to be much more effective than the dry method, like the mechanical sweeping machines. And the other control measures include partially the traffic system management, rerouting of heavy duty vehicles, because if their number is much more than the other common type of vehicles, if that is the cause of concern. And there are also the traffic system management, the different driving modes, like sudden deceleration, acceleration towards the intersection also plays a major role. This all comes under the traffic system management. And then at last, if see the infrastructure development, like we call it, is the green infrastructure or the green walling, right? So the vegetation cover increase in this is also considered to be significantly reducing the resuspended road dust. But mathematically, the converting the unpaved shoulder width to the pavement, because no matter how hard you sweep and remove the silt load from the surface, you come the next day, then again you find the silt carried from the adjacent areas away from the main width of the road. So unless you eliminate the source that brings the silt load to the main road surface, this problem cannot be reduced significantly. So the key, I mean, 90 to 95% reduction has been observed for upgrading the unpaved shoulder width to the paved shoulders. So now I would request you to quickly go to slide number 19. I skipped the part of this vehicular exhaust emission. Now, like whatever the points I said, the same common points are applicable over here also, because the key point is that the implementation of the BS emission standards to the vehicular emission through the PUC systems can only get benefit to some extent, right? Let's say even we assume that whatever the vehicles playing on our traffic fleets, assuming that all of them meet the BS6 emission standards, the overall impact, cannot be seen very quickly, because the number of vehicles as offset the benefits that we get from this emission standard improvement. That's why, the lot of focus is needed to be paid upon this particular topic. I mean, you can move to the slide number 20. So, I mean, this is the actual experiment conducted using the GRIM device in the main gate of our own campus, where there was the upgradation of the unpaved shoulders to the paved shoulders. and then you can clearly see the difference to the measured PM across 10 and 2.5. Then like values were as high as close to 400 to 500 microgram per meter cube when it was covered by unpaved shoulders. When it is covered, the values were normally reduced by 3 to 4 factors, right? The measured values. Yeah, I finished my talk over here. I am open for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the resuspended road dust. Now, I invite questions for the sessions. Anyone online and questions? So I just have one question from Ananya and Arunesh. So you first shown a Indian graph map on the first slide, which shows the Indo-Gigantic plains. So when we compare Indo-Gigantic plains with the other states that are on the southern part, so why do you think there is a much disparity, and why the Indo-Gigantic plains are more air polluted and as compared to the southern states?
I'll go first and you can add. So it's, I think, a mix of factors. One is geographical. So the fact that the Indo-Gangetic Plain starts on the west from Rajasthan. So again, that means there's a lot of pollution that comes from the desert. And then also on the east, essentially, it's also a major industrial hub, and it's also the fact that it's bordered by the Himalayas. So a lot of the plains below are a hub of economic activity. So that and also lastly, I want to add that down south there is also the coast. So sea breeze is a sort of very key factor in taking pollution away from economic hubs. So like you see Mumbai, Chennai, cities, big cities like that, which would be prone to air pollution or very high levels of air pollution, do have that advantage, but landlocked states like in the Indo-Gangetic Plain don't. So this is from my perspective, but you can add to it if you like.
No, there's just this, I mean, mostly what she said, there's a concept of an inversion layer, and that's where pollution sort of gets locked. So even the very early examples, like in Donora in the United States, where, the descriptions of that were quite vivid. This was, I think, 100 years ago, something like that. And the air circulation stops entirely. This is what we see in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, essentially. The descriptions from there were also like soot coming out of a moving train, and at that point it was a coal-fired train, would just fall to the ground. It would not rise up. So those are the kinds of atmospheric conditions that are prevalent in the Indo-Gangetic Plain. The air sort of gets trapped, and it takes a huge amount of energy to sort of break that, which is why often after long episodes of pollution, you have really major thunderstorms. And that's all the energy getting released and the air starting to circulate again.
No, and I thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Pandian, for joining us online. I now conclude this session.
Thank you to our panelists for this informative session. As we know, we are about to end the conference. So as we conclude this enlightening two-day conference on urban challenges focused on India and Patna, it's my honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Center for Studies on Environment and Climate at Asian Development Research Institute, Patna. Firstly, I would like to express my deep gratitude to our esteemed speakers and participants who have come from various parts of the countries to share their insights and expertise. Your contributions have been invaluable in deepening our understanding of the urban challenges we face, particularly in India and Patna. A special thanks to our chief guest, Honorable Minister, for appreciating us, and his presence and words have inspired us a lot. I would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our moderators, roundtable participants, and presenters for leading us through a series of stimulating discussions on the topic ranging from waste management and urban transport to air quality and urban designs. The knowledge shared over these sessions will undoubtedly help to shape future policies and initiatives. I would like to give special thanks to Professor Siddharth Mitra to conduct this session and all the entire conference flow smoothly. So a special thanks to Professor Sinha. And to all the attendees, thank you for your active participation and engagements. Your contributions have enriched the discussion, and we hope that the connections made here will foster ongoing collaborations and positive changes. Our sincere appreciation goes to the member secretary, director, and entire team of ADRI for their planning and execution of this conference. Your hard work behind the scenes has made this event a resounding success. Finally, a big thank you to the venue staff, technical team, and everyone else who has contributed to the seamless execution of this conference. As we look back on the discussion and insights shared, we hope they will serve as a catalyst for addressing the urban challenges before us. Thank you once again for being a part of this important conversation, and have a safe travel, and we look forward to welcoming you to the future events. Thank you, and all the best.
Okay. I would like to, add some small votes of thanks on my own. Pooja, who has, actually moderated the whole conference, and she's done it very confidently. And, all the ADRI staff who've been working behind the scenes, I don't know all the names, but I can think of Suryakant Kumar and Sunil Gupta, and the other names do not strike me. There are a lot of other people also involved here. I would also so the way this conference was organized was that I was functioning in Calcutta with my research assistant, who actually worked very hard, Kunal Day. You might have sort of come across, he might have contacted some of you. And we were sort of sending information here to Patna, and they were also working very hard. So in the end, this kind of collaboration turned out to be fruitful, and I hope that we have many more such conferences in the future. Thank you.
There's tea available for you. We break for tea, and of course, we couldn't have the valediction lecture because the secretary couldn't make it. So we end here, but we will have tea, and then if you are leaving tonight, I'm sure that your cars, etc., are already arranged. If you're leaving tomorrow, then you have your dinner wherever you want, but at the restaurant there would be dinner for you. Okay.